If your country delegation is called, please raise your placard and indicate your presence. The delegate of the United Kingdom.
President voting.
Delegate of the United
Honorable
States.
Presidents, Chairs, and Delegates of the Security Council, I'm here to make the case for the independence of Palestine. The Palestinian population is about 4.98 million and 1.85 in the Gaza Strip. The yearly growth rate of the population is 2.41%. Countries such as Ireland, New Zealand, and Panama have a lower population than Palestine. However, even though these countries have a lower population than Palestine, yet are full members of the UN. Currently, about a third of the Palestinian refugees, more than 1.5 million individuals live in refugee camps located in the areas such as Jordan, Lebanon, and the Syrian Arab Republic. How exactly is it possible to become a full UN member? The United Nations states that it is open to all peace-loving states that accept the obligations contained in the UN Nation Charter and is in the judgment of the organization are able to carry out these obligations. To not be able to be a member of the UN means that there is no justification for international peace, security, and justice. Palestine has always prioritized and values peaceful actions. However, this was not possible in the past, especially with the relationships with Israel. But now, from guns and wars, Palestine has turned to negotiations and agreements. The recent passing of the chief negotiator of Palestine, Saeb Erekat, due to COVID-related complications. This death could have been possibly prevented if Palestine had international relationship and support from the UN. What does Palestine as a country have to do in order to become a full UN member state? Palestine is still a developing country and is required to continue to receive aid from the UN and international countries. However, Palestine desires to create more international relations for the future, with annual increase in GDP currently at 14.6 billion US dollars and the Human Development Index at 0.69. It's substantially higher than the countries such as India, Guatemala, and behind Vietnam by 0.03. What is stopping the UN to approve of the membership of Palestine as a full member state? The UN's perspective is that Palestine should request for full membership once they have received more support and more votes in support of Palestine. However, in order for Palestine to become a full member, it does require the support and aid from many other countries. This should be a decision based on whether Palestine should continue to develop further international relations rather than debating on the conflicts with Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
We've just heard a case from the delegate of Palestine, and now the House will now come to order and proceed to roll call. France? President Moore. Belgium? Russia?
President voting.
Dominican Republic?
President voting.
Estonia?
President voting.
South Africa?
President voting.
Tunisia? President voting. Ukraine?
President.
Israel?
President voting.
Thank you, delegates.
Point of order to the chair.
Please rise and state your point.
The United States has not received a vote.
The delegate of the United States?
President voting.
Thank you. The resolution, the House will now come to the debate of the first resolution, deployment of the UN peacekeepers to Crimea, the main submitter from the Russian Federation. Could the delegate of Russia please rise and read the operative clauses? The delegate can have your computer open.
The resolution is first urges all nations to recognize the legitimacy of the 2014 Crimea status referendum and the Treaty on the Accession of the Republic of Crimea, including actions but not limited to lifting all bans and sanctions placed on the Russian Federation in response to Russian action in Crimea, including the ban on Crimean imports and exports placed by the EU and the United States, the ban of EU investments in Crimea, the ban of EU tourism services in Crimea, and officially recognizing the Republic of Crimea as an entity within the Russian Federation. Second, reaffirms the commitment to peacefully integrate Crimea into the Russian Federation through means including but not limited to A, officially recognizing the
Delegates, could the delegates only read the operative clause, the main operative clause?
Okay, so no subclause.
No.
Okay, reaffirms the commitment to peacefully integrate Crimea into the Russian Federation. 3, calls upon the Ukrainian government to cease all armed violations against Russia in any form. 4, strongly suggests that all members refrain from deploying peacekeepers to Crimea, as this would be a violation of Russian sovereignty and would be detrimental to establishing order and stability in the region. Lastly, recommends nation states to place pressure on Ukraine, encourage them to acknowledge the rights of ethnic Russians in Ukraine and their right to self-determination.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to make a speech on the resolution as a whole?
Through this resolution, the Russian Federation hopes to uphold the Crimean civilians' rights to self-determination and to promote peace. The Russian Federation reminds the Security Council of its historical claim to Crimea, which has been under Russian sovereignty for almost 200 years. Furthermore, Crimea is composed of a majority of ethnic Russians, with 350,000 ethnic Ukrainians considering Russian as their native language. The results from the 2014 Crimea status referendum, deciding on the status of Crimea, shows that 97% of voters wanted Crimea to be integrated into Russia. This resolution upholds the wishes of the Crimean people and vows to protect people's rights and their liberties.
Thank you, Delegate. The House will now move to debate on the first clause of this resolution. Could the delegate of Russia please rise and make a speech for this clause?
The Russian Federation urges the legitimacy to be recognized. As there has been debate over the legitimacy, we'd like to assure the House that these votes should be counted as they were democratically held and the wishes of the people should be respected.
Thank you, the delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate is open to any point of information. Are they in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Does the delegate of the Russian Federation not realize that there's been an overwhelming outcry within the international community, according to the Human Rights Watch, with 61 of the international criminal court cases within the issue in Crimea, 59 of them have been ruled within violation of international law. Therefore, does the delegate of the Russian Federation not believe that this is an illegitimate claim? And if so, why?
The Russian delegation does not believe it's a legitimate claim. The purpose for our action in Crimea was to protect the Russian people. Due to the illegal coup d'etat in 2014, our civilians were in danger. Thus, it was necessary for military intervention. And our actions in Ukraine were to protect the ethnic Russians.
Follow up?
Granted.
Does the delegate not believe that complete militarization and acquisition within Crimea is a bit extreme? What could possibly be solved through simple diplomacy?
We needed an extreme response due to extreme situations of ultra-right militants attacking our civilians. Thus, these measures were justified.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate wishing to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the floor.
That is in order. The floor is now open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom will keep this short. This is a complete violation of everything that the groundwork and framework of the United Nations stands upon. The United Nations is supposed to be an organization which builds peace, not destroys it. The very resolution of the deployment of the peacekeepers within Crimea is an absolute necessity, and this resolution creates a situation in where all possible liabilities of the Russian Federation are kept while organizations which help keep balance within the region are ignored and removed. Therefore, this is a complete outcry, and the delegate of the United Kingdom strongly urges all nations to vote against or veto this resolution, along with the clause.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any delegates wishing to speak at this time? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Does the delegate of the United Kingdom recognize that peacekeepers can cause greater impact, greater negative impact, especially when the country is trying to stabilize the region?
The delegate believes that the word "can" is very divisive due to how, if we look at the track record of the peacekeepers, the delegate of the United Kingdom will not pretend like they've been 100% successful. However, a holistic view of them, giving a holistic view and perspective of them, it is clear that throughout their existence, they've created peace and built peace in a long-term, sustainable fashion. And therefore, the delegate of the United Kingdom believes they are necessary.
Follow-up question?
Granted.
Does the delegate of the United Kingdom believe that deploying peacekeepers when the civilians, 97%, and the government does not wish to, that is a breach of national sovereignty?
The delegate would like to call into question the legitimacy within the referendum itself, due to how that is. There's an underlying assumption that the referendum was held legitimately, which the delegation of the United Kingdom and the United Kingdom itself does not deem as legitimate.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate, does the delegate wish to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Sure.
That is in order. The House is now once open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this resolution. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Israel, you've been recognized. Please be reminded that technology is not permitted in this debate. All delegates, except the main submitter, please close all your devices. Delegate of Israel, you may proceed.
So the delegates of Israel first strongly encourage other delegates to vote against this resolution, and the delegates want to point that the subclause B, officially recognizing Republic of Crimea as an entity within the Russian Federation. But does the delegates of Russian Federation realize that according to the Part 9, Article 132 of Ukraine Constitution, that Ukraine is composed of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea? And to define constitution means an aggregate fundamental principles or established precedents that can constitute the legal basis of polity, organization, and or other types of entity commonly determine how that entity is to be governed. So does that mean that the delegates of Russian Federation is trying to revoke against this official document of Ukraine, or what is she trying to do here? And finally, I want to end my speech that I strongly encourage.
Delegate, please refrain from using personal pronouns.
This delegate strongly encourage other delegates to vote against this resolution.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
The delegate is not open to any point of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to chair.
That is in order. The House is now once open to a debate for or against this clause. Are they in the House right now? The delegate of France, you've been recognized.
The delegate of France is strongly against this clause, the resolution. The delegate believes that it is a complete violation to what the UN stands for. The UN, as the delegate of the United Kingdom mentioned, the UN stands to build peace, not destroy it. And the delegate of France believes that this resolution completely abolishes ethics and morals of that the UN stands for, and that the delegate believes that this clause or this resolution should not be passed.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
The delegate is not open to any kind of information. Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would then move you back to the chair.
That is in order. The House will now be open to the debate of this for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The chair highly recommends that all delegates should speak either now or later, because it's important that you all show to your directors that you will be speaking and engaging in this debate. So I recommend that all of you should speak. The floor is now once open for the debate for or against this clause. Will there be any delegate wishing to speak at this time?
Motion to move to the previous question.
Any seconds?
Motion to move to the previous question.
Any seconds?
Second.
Objections? See that there are no objections, we will move directly to voting procedure. The chair has received a veto threat from the delegate of UK. Would the delegate of UK please rise and make a veto speech? Thank you.
What part of my meeting we did, Chair?
Please rise and say your point.
Is P5 caucus not called first before speech?
The P5 caucus will be called right before the voting procedure. The delegate must make a speech for explaining the veto first to the entire floor. Delegate, you may proceed.
The delegate of the United Kingdom thinks it's quite clear why the delegate is voting to veto this resolution, and specifically this clause, as stated and summarized very well by other delegates. This is a clause which goes against everything that the UN believes, and it goes against the policies within the United Kingdom and many other nations. And so therefore, logically, the delegate of the United Kingdom is obviously vetoing.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information? The delegate is open to any and all point of information. Are there in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
The delegate states that this clause is against UN values. However, is it against UN values to ensure stability in the region, as Russia has already established the borders and is functioning, as well as is it against UN values to respect the rights of self-determination?
The delegate in the United Kingdom definitely believes that it is not, for sure. UN definitely believes within stabilization and building peace. However, what the delegate of the United Kingdom sees here is an immense amount of destabilization within the power structures within the region. And therefore, the delegate believes that this should be annexed and removed entirely as a clause.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. Would the delegate like to raise a motion for a P5 caucus? The House will now move into 5 minutes of a P5 caucus. Please, can the P5 please follow the chair outside for a P5 caucus? All the other delegates, you can have an unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes. Thank you.
That was crazy.
He knows how to use power.
If he's against any of us, then I'm done. I'll sit down. Delegate is done. If delegate
I mean, based on historical context, and United Kingdom should just go with Russian Federation. They would never really anyway.
Recommend that one of you guys write a speech. Alright, I just she gave you credit because he is most affected from this.
It's not possible to have water in this. Would you like to go get some right now?
Yeah.
Okay, just bring your
Oh, do you not have a withdrawal? You know, what happens to people without a withdrawal?
Somebody asked in the chat, and they just said they should withdraw their own water.
No, correct.
Let me ask them again.
See if they have a nicer response.
Yeah. Who needed water?
I do.
Somebody's gonna come with a cup of water.
Thank you. How's the thing going? I hope I do that. I hope that we get like more support from you. Because Russian Federation, she is going to probably POI us a lot because there's a chance that she might be losing this resolution. So she should try to inform us.
And they're more talking about their, we need water.
The House will now come to order. The House will now move to voting procedure on this clause. Admins, please secure the door, suspend on vote casting, and take voting positions. Those voting for this clause, please raise your placards high. Those against? see that there is an overwhelming. There are 1 vote for, 10. Oh no, abstention. Any abstentions? There are 1 vote for, 10 vote against. This resolution does not pass. Clapping is not in order. The House will now move to the debate of clause number 2. Would the delegate of Russia please rise and make a speech? Please rise and state your point.
It hasn't refreshed. There we go.
The delegate of Russia, please rise and make a speech.
This clause wants to reaffirm our commitment in peacefully integrating Crimea into the Russian Federation. There was concerns brought up about human rights. Therefore, we are open to allowing a special monitoring group, a civilian without arms, to supervise Crimea, making sure that human rights are being upheld. We also would like to, for the interest of the security of our people, make sure that all borders are secured, as well as there is a military in case the worst happens. However, all of this is for defensive purposes and for the protection of the Crimean people.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate is open to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Delegate of the Russian Federation. As seen in the clause states the commitment to peacefully integrate Crimea into the Russian Federation, as well as in subclause B, maintaining the Russian Federation's military presence for defensive purposes in Crimea to ensure the safety of the Crimean civilians. However, is the delegate of the Russian Federation aware that when Russian forces invaded Crimea, at first there were peaceful protests that went on, and many Crimean civilians were either assaulted or put into prison for protesting their rights.
We are regretful that conflicts did occur. However, that was 5 years ago, and right now we want to maintain the peace of Crimea, and the threats right now are external from the Ukraine. So our main defensive purposes are to make sure that no attacks from ultra-right Ukraine extremists occur at our border.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to, delegate of Ukraine, please rise and state your point? Delegate, would the delegate like to extend point of information?
Against the information, against the
Point of order.
Please rise and state your point.
The delegate of Ukraine had previously raised their placard when we were chosen within the time allotted for POIs. So therefore, it is technically their turn.
Yes, but then Ukraine technically did not raise it high. The delegate just didn't do it high, so the delegate is not recognized. Would the delegate like to extend time for POIs? Any seconds?
Second.
Objection? Delegate of Russia, please rise. The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized to make your point of information.
The delegate of the United States that it was 6 years ago, and United Nations cannot believe the Russia Federation because they did the bad things in the past years. Also, if the United Nations deployed the United Nations keeper, it doesn't need the Russian Federation, the peacekeeper, the civilians.
The delegate, will you please stand while she answers the question?
The military was sent in 6 years ago to ensure the peace of the civilians as there was violence going on. Therefore, it's understandable if there would be some skirmishes as there was extreme violence going on. Therefore, we would like to maintain the peace we have right now that the Russian Federation has achieved in these years. And we believe that the peacekeepers would only bring more instability and violence to the region.
The
Thank you.
violation,
Would the delegate like to follow up?
yeah.
Granted.
The violation was not in the Crimea. The violation was in the capital of the Ukraine, which is the Kiev. So the point that Russian Federation made it, that doesn't make sense.
The Crimeans were strongly against the new government, therefore there were protests going on as well.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of France, you've been recognized.
The delegate of France once again believes that this clause is very biased to the delegate of Russian Federation. The delegate of France believes that the citizens of Crimea were completely oppressed by the soldiers, by the army of Russian Federation, and that this clause specifically looks or seems innocent, but in the end, its backing is quite malicious. And the delegate of France believes that it's highly probable that the event of citizens of Crimea being put into prison for their peaceful protest will occur yet again.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
The delegate is open to 2 points.
The delegate has opened himself up to 2 points of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Does the delegate of France recognize that the new illegal government was posing a threat to the ethnic Russians and therefore they were the ones oppressing them?
The delegate of France does, in fact, know that, but the delegate of France believes that the Russian Federation went a little bit too far into suppressing this issue, and that the Russian Federation could have come up with better solutions as to peacefully ending this conflict, and there could have been better means as to rather than completely taking over, completely oppressing the citizens' speech and their peaceful freedom of.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would like to yield for the United Kingdom.
The delegate of the United Kingdom, will you accept the yield?
Absolutely.
That is in order.
After re-reviewing and analyzing this clause, the delegate of the United Kingdom is actually in favor of it. Because the main reason for this is that the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to bring special attention to subclause C, which is allowing the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine, SMM, to supervise Crimea, ensuring that human rights are being upheld and peace is maintained. Although the United Kingdom deems the Russian Federation's military presence illegitimate, there's also a sort of compromise that needs to take place. And the delegate of the United Kingdom thinks putting more transparency by including these international organizations such as OSCE would allow for steps in the right direction to build peace and security within the region. And so the delegate of the United Kingdom is actually for and urges all member states to vote in favor of this clause.
Would the delegate, is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate is open to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United States and France, you've been recognized in that order.
Is the delegate of the United Kingdom aware that the Russian Federation could use these international organizations as ways to get into, to help Russia get into Ukraine, whether that's surveillance, spying, other forces, civilian rights that go against security?
The delegate does believe that there is a concern for espionage to take place within these international organizations. However, the delegate believes that these organizations have the trust and capabilities in order to stay bipartisan within this issue and create an environment where peace can begin to be built, even if there are some concerns that remain, which could possibly be constructed and further improved upon in future resolutions.
How does the delegate of United Kingdom Kingdom, I believe that in the future there might be interventions or whether the delegate of Russia completely not make heed to this clause and still proceeding with taking over the Crimea, not as peacefully as they intentionally said.
The delegate of the United Kingdom does believe that this is an issue of the Russian Federation abiding by this clause. However, the delegate in the United Kingdom, however untrustful, does believe that the Russian Federation will stick to this due to how they are not escalating their military presence, merely they're maintaining it, and so therefore the status quo is still being maintained with no military presence. However, there is a change within more transparency through using multi-international organizations.
Any seconds?
Second.
The floor is now once open. The delegates open up himself to any point of information. Is there any delegate wishing to raise a point of information at this time? The delegate of Belgium. POI to the delegate of the United Kingdom. Are there any delegates wishing to raise a point of information for the delegate of the United Kingdom? Please raise your placards high. The delegate of Belgium, you've been recognized.
Is the delegate of UK aware that Russia has in favor of their own citizens rather than Ukraine, and there is high percentage for the Russia to pressure the Ukraine organization to only respect their citizens?
Yes, as the delegate of the United Kingdom has already stated, there are some issues with possible transparency and espionage that may take place. However, the delegate thinks this is the right step, a proper step in the right direction, due to how opening up Ukraine to these monitoring missions will set a precedent for possibly united bodies and organs of the United Nations to more deeply and closely monitor the situation, which could be used to halt further military presence.
Thank you, delegate. As a delegate, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Tunisia, you've been recognized.
Tunisia wants to furthermore emphasize the importance of the OSCE role in monitoring the conflict as stated by the United Kingdom in clause subsection C, allowing the OSCE special monitoring mission to Ukraine. This is essential as statistics show that frequency of ceasefire violations has dropped, and according to the OSCE, there is an urgency to maintain the current momentum of ceasefire violations dropping, but however the daily average still remains at 520. But there is progress, and Tunisia is very hopeful to see more progress in the future, having the OSCE special monitoring missions in Ukraine.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Pass it back to the floor.
Delegate, can you repeat? Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
I'll give back to the floor. Thank you.
That is in order. The floor is now once open to any delegates wishing to speak for and against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of France, you've been recognized.
The delegate of France has now taken into account of the delegates in the United Kingdom and Tunisia and their views on the OSCE. However, the delegate of France would like to state that Russia is quite infamous for breaking or not paying heed to their clauses, and that in the future, although it might appear that the Russian troops are keeping peace in Crimea, in the end there still is a high probability of conflicts arising due to the Russians' ambitions to take over the land.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
One pertaining to speech.
The delegate is open to one point of information pertaining to the speech. Are there any delegates wishing to raise a point of information? Seeing that there are none, would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would like to yield the floor.
Thank you, delegate. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? For the delegate of the United States, you may recognize.
The delegate of the United States has agreed with fellow allies, the United Kingdom and the France, in their proposals to agree with this resolution or clause. However, the United States has come to an agreement with the clause and strongly pushes for other member nations to vote for this clause. However, we'll say that if Russian peacekeepers or if Russian forces attempt any sort of military involvement that goes against what is said in this resolution, the United States will back out and fully disagree with their actions.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate is open to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you have been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom was a tiny bit unclear. Is the delegate of the United States for or against this clause?
The United States, thank you for your question. The delegate of the United States agrees with this clause. However, if the Russian Federation attempts any form of conflict or violence that goes against what is stated in this clause, the United States will strongly will leave their agreements behind and strongly push other allies and member states here to disagree with them as well.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Estonia, you may recognize.
The Republic of Estonia would like to acknowledge the 3 subclauses as being positive additions. However, clause 2 overall is against international law and the convention, the Constitution of Ukraine, by allowing Crimea to be part of the Russian Federation, when in reality the population of Crimea is more, it's against the will of the people of Crimea.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
And,
The delegate is open to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you may recognize.
The delegate of Estonia stated that the Crimean people were against the integration into Russia. However, does the delegate recognize that the majority of the citizens of Crimea are ethnically Russian? Crimea was part of Russia for over 200 years, and in the 2014 referendum, 97% of the voters voted for Russian integration.
yes, but the Republic of Estonia believes that the votes were manipulated, and that is supported by the protests that occurred after.
Thank you, delegate. Will the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor will now be once open for or against the debate for or against this resolution. Are there any in the House? The delegate of France, you've been recognized.
The delegate of France would like to tell all the member states to strongly vote against this resolution. As the delegate of Estonia mentioned, this clause does go against international laws, and that the delegate of France highly believes that in the past Russia has already committed these severe acts of treason against Crimea, and that it's highly probable that in the future the clause 2, subclause C, allowing the OSCE might not actually be what we call peace, and that it might just be an illusion that there are, but instead in the future the delegate of France believes that the OSCE, the Russian military will try to take over the land of Crimea, and that they will not necessarily take heed to this subclause.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
Delegate, is it open to any and all point of information? Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, United Kingdom, and the United States. You've been recognized in that order.
Does the delegate recognize that by selling military to protect the Crimean people, as well as in this clause affirming the peaceful commitment to Crimea, does that not contradict what is said to be a severe act of treason, as Russia has displayed continuously that they aim to help the Crimean people and maintain peace?
The delegate of France acknowledges the Russia's opinion, but the delegate of France believes that even although the delegate is showing that they are peaceful, it's all just a show put up by them, and in the end their intentions are actually quite malicious, and that when this resolution, if this resolution passes, they will immediately move into not paying heed to this rule and completely going against, will be contradictory to this rule, and instead will not ensure freedom, but they'll try to suppress the citizens of Crimea once again.
The delegate of the United Kingdom is somewhat shocked. The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to ask the delegate of France where these claims of treason come from, due to how treason is a very serious crime in many nations, and without proper supporting evidence is somewhat of a shaky ground to form an argument around. The delegate of France, please explain and provide context to what the delegate means by treason and where this claim of treason comes from.
The delegate of France does acknowledge that they might have gone a little bit too far by using their choice of words. However, the delegate of France believes that there have been some series of suppression by the Russian soldiers, and that they would like to restate their word of treason into suppressions by Russian Federation, and that it believes that they might have gone, that the delegate of France acknowledged that they might have gone a little bit too far as to using the word treason, although the crime wasn't that much of an extent.
Follow?
Granted.
So the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to ask France what exactly their stance on this issue is, because they seem to have conflicting opinions.
The delegate of France acknowledged that the OSCE tries to demonstrate good intentions. However, the delegate of France believes that it's very unlikely that the OSCE or the Russian Federation will pay heed to this clause, and that in the future they will completely ignore this resolution and not pay any attention as to what they said, and that this series of events has already occurred before, and that it's highly probable that Russia will try to overtake or suppress the freedom of the citizens of Crimea once again instead of protecting them.
Is the delegate aware that this clause does not necessarily go over implications of violence, or in this case, forms of treason or acts that can provoke this within the specific clause? However, focuses more on positive implications of Russian forces through peacekeepers, reliability of safety, and just the general terms of peace. Making the claim.
The delegate of France acknowledges that this subclause C is indeed a little bit too vague, and that it doesn't really mention how peace and how will be maintained in these lands. And that it believes that through this vagueness of this subclause, the Russian Federation will try to exploit this vagueness into trying to make a claim that that the resolution was a little bit too specific, and they'll try to find a way as to oppressing the freedom of Korean citizens once again. So in order to finally give a strong point, the delegate of France does acknowledge that the OSCE Special Monitoring Commission appears to be very positive role. It aims to give freedom to citizens. However, the delegate of France believes that this clause is quite vague and that doesn't necessarily detail how peace will be maintained, and that this vagueness will lead to exploitation by the Russian Federation to start once again suppressing the freedom of speech of the.
Follow-up.
Granted.
Is the delegate of France stating that that the Russian Federation's forms of safety or peacekeepers is creating a less reliable, or in other words, more creating a direct insight to Ukraine or and other dangerous or violent aspects to what their military would use to further take over the Crimea as a whole?
The delegate of France is precisely saying so. It believes that the troops of the Russian Federation are highly unreliable in terms of maintaining peace, and that this can be alluded to past events where they heartlessly sent the citizens of Crimea to prison, even though their main role was to maintain peace, and that the Russian and that the delegate of France would like to give another solution as to say that instead of the highly unreliable troops of the Russian Federation maintaining peace in the Ukraine, the UN peacekeepers should instead maintain peace in Crimea, instead of Russian troops being deployed, because this creates major security leaks in Crimea, and that the citizens of Crimea might already have don't have strong opinions, are not necessarily feel safe when
Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would like to give the floor back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for any delegates wishing to speak for or against this resolution. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Belgium, you been recognized.
The delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium thinks that some of the clauses in this clause is representing some positive aspect of Russia, but however, the delegate of Belgium is generally against this clause because of the first clause, which is Spain officially recognizing the Green-Russian border along the Crimean Peninsula is established by the Russian Federation. It is because that although Russian Federation constantly claim that the majority of the people living in the Crimea is Russian. However, before the crisis in Ukraine, there were a lot of Ukrainians living in the Crimea, but due to the crisis in Ukraine, produced countless refugees that were forced to go out to move out of the Crimea due to the safety issue, and many of them were killed during the process. So the delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium believes that it is not disagrees to say that they should officially recognize the Ukraine-Russian border along the Crimean Peninsula established by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information? The delegate has opened herself up to any and all points of information. Are there any delegates wishing to raise a point? The delegate of Russia, you may recognize.
Does the delegate of Belgium believe that if Russia had not interfered, instead of some Ukrainians fleeing Crimea, it would have been the majority of Russian civilians fleeing, therefore increasing the likelihood of a higher attack rate and death toll?
However, it's still, the delegate of Belgium wants to claim that it is hard to say it was originally Russian people was like the majority of
Follow up.
Granted.
Is it not a statistical fact that the majority of the civilians in Crimea are ethnically Russian? The majority of the population there speak Russian?
It is currently Russian, and they spoke Russian because Ukraine came out of the Soviet Union as they disrupted after the Cold War. So Belgium claims that they spoke Russian because they came out of the Soviet Union, but it is hard to say that the majority of the group is Russian because they speak Russian.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? That is in order. The chair will now yield chairing rights to Chair Francesco.
That's in order. The floor is once again open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this resolution. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Tunisia, you have been recognized.
Tunisia wants to agree with France with regards to the subclause B. It is recognized that we need more soldiers, but we should not forget as well that 3.4 million people are living on the line of contact, and they are in need of humanitarian assistance as well as protection. So just adding on to what Frank said. Also, I want to remind other delegates that the parties to conflict are not the Russian Federation and Ukraine, but more of the people of Donetsk and Donbass that we should look into.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself to any points of information. The floor is once again open to any delegates wishing to speak on the clause, either for or against. Are there any in the House? The Russian Federation, you have been recognized.
The Russian Federation is strongly for this clause, as it assures peace. The Russian hopes to establish peace, which will be achieved by the securing of borders through the supervision of the OSCE. There is little to achieve except for peace through accepting this clause, and the delegate wishes for all the member states to recognize that this is a peaceful alternative to the conflict going on, which is causing a lot of destruction and the loss of lives.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself to any and all points. Are there any such in the House? Seeing as there are none, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
Thank you. The floor is once again open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of South Africa, you've been recognized.
The delegate of South Africa would like to reassess the legitimacy of the Clause A, officially recognizing the Ukraine-Russian border along the Crimean Peninsula established by the Russian Federation. As according to the majors of the Crimean Tatar people, the single highest executive representative body of the Crimean Tatar, they have stated that if that 30 to 40% of the Crimean people would have voted, they have estimated that 30 to 40% of the people would have voted, as voting has resulted in 90% in favor of joining the Russian Federation.
delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs? Sorry?
No, thank you.
The delegate has not opened himself to any POIs. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The chair.
That is in order. The floor is. Chair Francesco will now be giving his chairing rights to Chair Kiet.
The floor is now open for the debate of this clause. Are there any delegates wishing to speak for or against?
Motion to move to voting procedure.
Seconds?
Second.
There has been a veto threat from the delegate of France. Would the delegate of France please rise and make a veto speech?
The delegate of France is once again asking for all member states to go against this resolution. It believes that this resolution will not be upheld for so long, and that the subclause C, which allows the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, is just a claim, just a fake claim by the Russian Federation in order to assure peace. But when if this resolution passes, the Russian Federation will not pay heed to this subclause. The delegate of France would also like to point to subclause B, which states that the Russian Federation will maintain its military presence in Crimea. However, the delegate of France believes that the Russian military is highly unreliable and as a means of protection, and that they have already in the past attempted many suppression of the Crimean people. The delegate of France would like to point out that this clause is highly biased towards the favor of the Russian Federation, and that it believes that there could be better solutions to resolving this problem rather than this clause, such as deploying UN peacekeepers instead of maintaining Russian military in Crimea.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself up to any. Laughing is not in order. Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The House will now move to a P5 caucus for 5 minutes. Will the P5 please proceed outside? And the rest can have an unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
It's just bias. It's bias. So are you going against it? For this one?
Yeah.
Because
I don't really.
To be honest, France is like doing a lot of his like
Yeah,
There's not much fact because over here in my research, it actually mentions that the OSCE has been helping, and there has been statistics shown. So I'm not sure what France is on about.
But the thing here is that even though it's aiming for a very positive resolution, it's biased since they just want to establish their power in the state of Crimea, which belongs to Ukraine.
Instead of
Legally constituted.
It did belong to Russia, right?
It did.
So it still has its roots there.
It did belong
No, but
to
we are
Russia,
talking about the
but
president here.
It did belong to Russia because they were part of the
The
Soviet
USSR. But now when it's spread,
They
then
broke off.
like I stated, the constitution of
Then the Crimea
Ukraine.
was part of Ukraine after.
If we don't want to risk the sabotage of, oh wait, no, let me.
And also the B one, maintaining the Russian Federation
Yeah,
with the defensive purpose. Like, if you don't, what's the point of doing that actually? If because it's already, if the Crimea is doing okay, it is peace. But why are you trying to intervene? What's the point of intervening?
And if
The peace of other countries.
The reason of Russia's intervention is for its own reason, as it didn't want Crimea to join the EU.
if Russia were to intervene, aren't they like provoking more violence?
Yeah,
This one sounds exactly like it's just trying to.
They're using
So
violence.
it does go against the UN and
A lot.
Yeah, it does. They're
And also
illegally
goes
With
in-
subsection C looks really good to me.
They're illegally infiltrating land.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I know what you mean.
But the C subclass is very good.
It seems right, but France, even though he uses his point of view, it does make sense that Russian has like a bunch of like that.
It's
It's
not reliable.
It's not reliable. So, okay, sure. You use the OSCE.
The subclasses above outweigh the one at the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
So, I will still vote as a point of view.
Against, yeah.
It's not fair for.
We shouldn't risk Russia sabotaging the vehicles.
But this,
Like they say, a first commitment to peacefully integrate. They might sabotage it one way or the other to force
exactly.
into like.
Because they still want, like what she tries to do is still trying to establish Russian power.
Yeah, in their
Crimea to suppress them, to go with them. So, I think France using veto for this one, he is reasonable somehow. He is reasonable.
Yeah, there's one last one. Oh, there are two.
Thank you.
Because
Every clause is just gonna end with veto.
this clause is somehow a bit redundant to the
Dude,
first one.
China is gonna veto us later. I can feel it.
Franny's.
No, but veto, if it's in pass or not, it's based on the chair. If our reasoning is good,
Yeah.
then even the veto
Just keep in
kind of
mind
makes
that-
sense.
Already.
Just keep in mind that Russia is also going to be, is going to
Yeah,
support
Russia and China will be on
supporting
one
each other.
side. Trying to convince these guys to go against it.
I was like so conflicted and he was like thinking because
If you're not quick.
it does have a good point. I'm like,
No, but France is right. He got his point by saying that with the reputation of the Russian,
yeah,
then how can we trust?
you remember the question you was asking.
The France, sure, and it's got some statistics on the table. That is true. Right. As the UK said, he used very strong claims which he could not back up. So, yeah. Which was what threw me off.
But according to my reasoning,
Yeah, but like, as you can see in the clause, it's quite apparent.
I was like so because like why is he?
like what she's trying to do is just keep it.
Yeah, he only like see.
Right.
Yeah.
He's gonna go again.
And that is not what the whole world wants.
Mm.
So
It's quite clear cut now.
He's like Russia for his only this.
The House will now come to order. After the P5 caucus, the delegate of France will withdraw his veto, and then now the floor will be entertained for the Russian Federation. Please rise.
After negotiating with the caucus, the Russian Federation would once again like to reiterate our full commitment to ensuring peace in Crimea, again reiterating that the use of military that are for defensive purposes and to maintain the border in Crimea. This will be assured through the OSCE and their supervision, and we would like to commit to our peaceful intentions.
Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United States would just like to say that if any form of this clause is gone against by the Russian Federation, the United States will fully betray this clause as a whole.
That is understood.
Good.
Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
The House will now want to be open for the debate on this clause. Are there any in the House?
Motion to move the previous question.
Any second?
Second.
Objections? Seeing that there are no objections, the House will move directly to voting procedures. Admin, please secure the doors, suspend all note passing, and take voting position. Those who wish to vote for this clause, please raise your placards high. Those against? Any abstentions? The result is as follows: 3 for, 7 against, and 1 abstention. The clause does not pass. Clapping is not in order. The House will now continue to clause number 3. Would the delegate of Russia please rise and make a speech for the clause?
Russia's objective since the start of the crisis in Ukraine is to protect the Crimean people. Therefore, this resolution addresses and helps to prevent threats against the civilians.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, United States, you've been recognized in that order.
Does the delegate of the Russian Federation not believe that this clause is somewhat one-sided due to how it only discusses the ceasing of all armed violations from the Ukrainian government and states nowhere about Russian involvement or Russian armed violations?
This resolution is about Crimea, and since Crimea is Russian territory which has been attacked by the Ukraine, this clause is meant to address these concerns and the violations against Ukraine against Russian territory.
Thank you, delegate.
The delegates, Pio has finished.
Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The House will now continue the debate for this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Doesn't the delegate of the Russian Federation think that usually the Russian attacks the Ukraine because of the Ukraine attacks the Russian Federation? Don't you think that?
The delegate, is the delegate open to any point of information? Can the delegate stand up? Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? That is in order. The floor is now once open for any delegates wishing to speak in favor or against this resolution as this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Estonia, you've been recognized.
In the clause, it says that labels the Ukrainian protesters as extremists, but in reality they were doing peaceful protests, and Russian armies reacted by putting them in detention and punishing them, and they banned them as extremists. And in reality, they were not, and were just peaceful protesters, which goes against the right to peaceful protesting and assemblies.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
And you know,
The delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Does the delegate of Estonia recognize that after the coup d'etat of the elected president, there was a far-right movement in Ukraine that was pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia?
Can the delegate please repeat?
Can the delegate of Russia please repeat the question in a more casual manner?
Does the delegate of Estonia recognize that Ukraine not protesters, but there was a coup d'etat and the elected president was overthrown, and there was an increase in a far-right movement in Ukraine that threatened the lives of ethnic Russians?
Yes, but by banning and labeling them as extremists, it does not resolve the problem.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate recommends the delegate of the Dominican Republic to make a speech. The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom votes strongly against this clause due to how the clause is fairly one-sided, due to how there is no accountability held within the Russian military, while the Russian military and this clause clamps down upon the Ukrainian government, forcing them to cease all armed violations against Russia and any foreigners. The delegate of the United Kingdom has major issues with specifically sub-clause C, which is scouting missions into Russian territory. The delegate of the United Kingdom believes that this is quite a broad and very all-encompassing phrase that can be used in order to manipulate Crimean military in certain ways by restricting them from doing what would otherwise be legitimate and proper actions within the eyes of international law. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information? The delegate will open himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Does the delegate recognize that Crimea has been secured by Russia and it is now part of Russia due to the treaty on the accession of the Republic of Crimea? Therefore, any violence against the Crimea would be the Ukraine attacking Russian territory. Therefore, it's understandable why it is so-called one-sided, as Russia has already established control of Crimea.
As the delegate of the United Kingdom stated time and time again, there is the delegate of the United Kingdom and many other nations do not believe and do not vote in favor of Crimea being part of the Russian Federation. The delegate of the United Kingdom believes that the votes done within 2014 were illegitimate, and therefore his actions of the Russian Federation is a militaristic, aggressive annexation of the state, and therefore it should be completely disregarded. And this clause only further adds to the fire, which is the political instability within the region.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
To another delegate.
Delegate.
The delegate of the United States.
The delegate of the United States, will you accept the yield?
Yes.
That is in order.
The motion to revisit the past clause.
The delegate of the United States has raised a motion to revisit clause
2.
Clause 2. Any seconds?
Second.
Objection? The House will now vote for the motion to move to the to revisit clause 2.
Point of information.
Oh.
Yes, the delegate.
Objection.
Can I like ask a question?
Objection.
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Delegates, order. The delegate of the United States.
Moving to the past clause just means that I can actually form a speech or a statement on that clause referring to this one, like connecting the two.
Oh, no, then that's, you don't, that's not the motion to revisit.
You
Then
can
that's
just
not
ask
the
the chair
motion.
to-
Then that's not the motion to revisit the clause.
So what's your reason? Just talk about this.
Let's talk about, I thought you mean like, go back and vote again.
Oh. No.
That's the motion to
No,
revisit.
I meant like go back to the last clause so that I can
I mean, you can do whatever you want in the speech, because if you, the delegate, the chair would like to clarify, the motion to revisit clause only applies when the delegate feels like there's needed more debate or vote, again, revisit the clause, to vote again. So only that is when you, that you can revisit the clause in your speech, but you should not, but if you want to, for the clause to vote again, then you can raise that motion. Delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
When taking a look at the issues and conflicts within Crimea, there's a big dispute between Russian forces, Ukrainians that identify as Russians, as well as Ukrainians who are living in Crimea. However, as the last, referring to the last clause, or clause 2, one of the Russian Federation's huge or big priorities was to ensure peace, safety, and peacekeepers. However, Ukrainian peacekeepers or military involvement by Ukraine with the attempt to create peace could be a great way to keep Ukrainians under control, as well as other conflicts under control, with the assistance of the Russian Federation within Crimea.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Seeing that there are none, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor would now want to be open for the debate for or against this clause as a whole. Are there any delegate in the House? The delegate of Dominican Republic, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Dominican Republic strongly urges all countries to vote against this resolution because the delegate feels that agreeing with Estonia, the Russian federal is posing a propaganda against the people of Ukraine. By saying that they're extremists and that is posing a negative image against like other people, other countries by not supporting Ukraine and posing that the Ukrainians are actually more threatening than the Russian. Thank you.
Is the delegate open to any point of information? Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair? Thank you, delegate. The floor is now once open for the debate for or against this resolution of this clause as a whole. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Israel, you've been recognized.
So, the delegates of Israel again strongly encourage the other delegates to vote against this resolution. Because as mentioned, in Part 9, Article 102 of the Ukrainian Constitution, it's obvious that this resolution is one-sided, as Russia has given many resolutions to enter the sovereignty of Ukraine, which is Crimea. However, the delegates of Russia is discussing about cease all armed violations against Russia by the Crimea in any form. And I really wonder, shouldn't Russia be the one to not talk about the matter of seizing Crimea armies out of its territory, and because it's obviously backfiring the delegates. First of all, and again, I strongly encourage other delegates to vote against this resolution.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
Would the delegate like to give the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? That is in order. The floor is now once open for this for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the Russian Federation is strongly for this resolution, as it ensures the opportunity to establish stability in the region. once the Ukrainian government stops attacking Russian territory, then there will be more opportunity to increase stability. At the moment, Crimea is occupied by Russia, as it is Russian. Therefore, any attack by Ukraine is arms violation.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
Is the delegate of the Russian Federation aware that this causes bias towards Ukrainians in the area, therefore will not create a safe environment for them?
The delegate is aware that it is targeted towards the Ukrainian government. However, it is the Ukrainian government that is attacking Russian territory. Therefore, it is justified in mentioning their name in the resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Denied due to time constraint. Would the delegate of Russia like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. Due to time constraints, the chair will only be entertaining one more speaker left. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
This delegate has a question to the Russian Federation. Does this, what if Russian Federation attack Ukraine? He said the motion, the resolution says that even though Russian attack Ukraine, Ukraine cannot attack the Russia.
Chair,
Is the delegate open to any point of information? Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? Thank you, Delegate.
PO to the chair.
Please rise and state your point.
Would the Russian Federation have brought up whether or not it was allowed for the delegate of Ukraine to ask a question to another delegate within their speech? Is that allowed or not?
That is not in order. Thank you, Delegate. Due to time constraints, the House will now move directly to voting procedure. Admin, please secure the door, suspend all those passing, and take voting procedure. Those who wishes to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high. Those wishing against? Eight. Any abstention?
2.
The results are as following. There's 1 vote for, 8 votes against, and 2 abstentions. The clause does not pass. Clapping is not in order. The House will now move to debate on clause number 4. Would the delegate of Russia please rise and make a speech?
Delegate of Russia strongly suggests that all members refrain from deploying peacekeepers to Crimea, as this would be a violation of Russian sovereignty. And Russia has already secured Crimea, so this would only further exacerbate tensions and cause more conflict, as troops would cause high tensions and more risk of violence between people.
Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
Is the delegate of the Russian Federation aware that by keeping other peacekeepers out, other member states are not aware, are not assured that you will be doing what is told, or what you've told everybody? Fourth, and will furthermore take alliance from other nations away from the cause as well as your viewpoints.
The Russian Federation is aware that the more transparency there is, the better. That's why we had proposed to let the OSCE supervise. However, that was denied. We believe that the OSCE would be more sufficient in supervising, as they are unarmed. therefore create a better atmosphere with less tension. However, we recognize that the more supervision, the better, but that was denied by this House.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of France, you've been recognized.
Well, France is extremely shocked by this clause. The main mission of the UN is also is to maintain peace, and that this clause is completely against UN peacekeepers being able to settle down and ensure peace in Crimea. As the delegate of France previously mentioned in their points, the delegate of Russian Federation is once again trying to cause conflict in Crimea and trying to overthrow this land in order to gain more authority over Crimea. The delegate of France would like to urges all member states to vote against this very vague resolution without any subclauses or sub-subclauses, and that passing this resolution might cause the entire nation of Crimea to completely fall down into Russia's rule.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself up to any point of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for any delegate wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
The delegate believes that the underlying assumption this clause is built upon is completely falsified. Specifically, when the clause states Crimea, as this would be a violation of Russian sovereignty and would be detrimental to establishing order and stability in the region. This is in fact not impeding on Russian sovereignty due to how delegates have to take into account the right to protect or responsibility to protect properties, which is the 2005 framework, which was built and agreed upon by all member states of the UN, which is built upon 3 different pillars. The first pillar being autonomy, that the nation can deal with issues on its own. The second pillar being multilateral and bilateral aid being sent to these nations. Therefore, they can deal with these issues if they are in LADC by chance. And the third pillar being that if the nation is unwilling or unable to provide and protect its citizens from crimes of war and war crimes, then the country would be considered a failed state, and it is the absolute necessity. It is an absolute necessity that the international community must band together and deal with the issue.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you would recognize.
Thereby, by your own definition, through sending military troops to intervene in the crimes against Russian civilians, wouldn't that be the Russian Federation respecting this rule that you proposed, as they had the intention to protect?
Quite personal privilege to the chair.
Yes, please state your point.
May the delegate please rephrase your question in a more succinct manner.
Would the delegate of Russia please rephrase the question in a more succinct manner?
The policy you stated forward claims that nations need to protect others from war crimes, genocide, etc. Thereby, in your own definition, isn't that what Russia did by protecting the ethnic Russians against the threat posed by the Ukrainian government?
The delegate of the United Kingdom does not believe so, and the delegate of the United Kingdom is the committee is running over this argument again and again. Many of the members of this committee, and especially the United Kingdom, believes that the 2014 referendum was illegitimate, and there were possible cases of espionage or voter fraud. This is something that is recognized by over 164 member states, including the United Kingdom, and therefore this is a completely illegitimate argument.
Follow up.
Granted.
This was not addressing the referendum, but rather by our own definition, it is the responsibility of nations to protect others who are suffering when the government fails to do so. Thereby, Russia achieved this through sending military aid to protect Crimean people. Would you not agree with that?
The delegate highly disagrees with this due to how the delegate would like to point the committee's attention to the numerous protests which have risen. The people of Crimea have the rights in order to peacefully peaceful assembly, and the Russian government has completely stomped upon this very peaceful assembly through the use of military intervention, and therefore have shown that they are unwilling to hear the cries of these suffering citizens in Crimea.
Follow up?
Denied. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
To another delegate, the delegate of the United States.
Will the delegate of the United States accept the yield?
Yes.
That is in order.
The delegate believes that the most effective way to assure peace and stability in the region, in this case Crimea, is to have organizations that work in these areas, such as the UN, to come in and help. Therefore, the U.S. strongly disagrees with this clause and pushes other delegates to vote against.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized. And the United Kingdom, you've been recognized in that order.
Does the delegate of the United States believe there are better alternatives rather than sending armed troops into a region that already has high tensions, such as unarmed civilian mission groups as proposed by the OSCE?
The delegate of the United States believes that the biggest conflict or issue within Crimea is a disagreement between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Therefore, to have an organization like the U.S. that not only works within areas of keeping peace and stability will help, but to have an organization from outside of those two member states will then impact this conflict in a positive way.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair? The delegate of the United Kingdom.
Does the delegate not believe that providing peacekeepers within the region, which are trained in order to decrease tensions and to help build sustainable peace, is a much more efficient method in peace building, which is what the UN is founded upon in order to solve the issues that are occurring in Crimea?
The delegate agrees with the stance or the opinion of the United Kingdom. However, the delegate of the United States also agrees with the alliances between organizations such as the UN and the states or the member nations that are conflicted in these areas or involved with the conflict regarding Crimea.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair?
Yes.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for any delegate wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Russia would also like to point out the cost in deploying peacekeepers. We believe that it is ineffective in this situation, and at the moment Russia is skeptical of the impact peacekeepers can have considering the failures of the past. Instead, we would propose supervisory groups. As we are contributors to the peacekeeping, we contribute finances. We would prefer to be used in situations that need it more.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
To the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Responding to the claims that the Russian Federation has made about the possible monetary issues that could occur, within the UNIS MUN, it is assumed that the UN has an unlimited set of funds and can therefore finance operations any ways they deem necessary or needed. And so therefore, the argument that the Russian Federation has built is built upon a house of cards.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Even in the event if there is unlimited cost, is there still not the possibility that peacekeepers could do more harm in the region due to their presence?
The delegate does believe that there is a slight possibility that they could escalate conflicts. However, the delegate has full trust within peacekeepers due to how they are trained and the outright mission statement in order to remain as a bipartisan entity, which helps to de-escalate issues rather than serving one force.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The time for the debate time of this clause has elapsed. The floor will now directly move to the voting procedure. Admin, please secure the door, suspend all vote casting, and take voting procedures. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high. Those against? Abstention. The results are as following. There is 1 for, 10 against, and 0 abstention. The resolution of the clause does not pass. Clapping is not in order. The House will now move on to debate clause number 5. The delegate of Russia, please rise and make a speech.
The delegate of the Russian Federation hopes to maintain stability as quickly as possible through diplomatic and non-violent means. Therefore, we propose this clause to ensure stability is reached as quickly as possible.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Seeing that there are none, will the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
This delegate believes that the sovereignty of the Crimea belongs to the Ukraine. Therefore, there's no point that the Russia got the give the pressure on Crimea.
Delegate, please. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom does have a few issues with this clause. However, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to thank the delegate of the Russian Federation specifically for subclause B and C. The delegate believes that specifically subclause C, making public statements promoting Ukrainian cooperation, is a good step in the right direction due to how it helps to ease tensions and to help both the Russian Federation and Ukraine get on equal playing terms in order to begin discussions rather than armed conflict. Secondly, imposing tariffs on trade. The delegate of the United Kingdom is assuming that this is placing tariffs on other nations which are importing their goods into Ukraine, and the delegate believes this is good due to how this is a protectionist measure, which ensures that possible private sectors within Ukraine, which have possibly been devastated by things such as war and conflict, have a chance to compete with international corporations due to how international corporations have a tax bill on them, and so therefore things such as mom and pop shops can begin to rise and strengthen the Ukrainian economy.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information? The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Tunisia, you may recognize.
The delegate of Tunisia is for this, as the United Kingdom has mentioned in Clause C, making public statement promoting Ukrainian cooperation. This is good because it is a first step to discussion, and what Tunisia really wants is discussion based on the resolution of 2202 in 2015, which is the full implementation of package of measures of implementation of the UNIS agreement. And Tunisia fully believes that moving on with this method will bring on peace, which is one of our main goals in the United Kingdom. So I, again, fully agree with the United Kingdom for this clause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
No.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. Thank you. The floor is now open to the delegate wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any delegates wishing to speak at the moment? The delegate of Israel has been recognized.
The delegates of Israel is thankful for the delegates of Russian Federation for giving out this clause, which increased cooperation between the two nations of Ukraine and Russia. So for this clause, I strongly encourage other delegates to vote for this resolution.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information? Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? That is in order. The time for debate of this resolution has elapsed. The House will now directly move into voting procedure. Delegates, please secure the door, suspend all note passing, and take voting procedures. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high.
Aye.
Those against? Those abstentions?
Point of personal privilege.
Please rise and state your point.
Saying that the UK voted against, does that mean they need to implement veto power, which they should have informed you about?
This is the delegate of the United Kingdom has not exercised a veto threat because this is just a normal vote against, not a veto.
Point of information with the chair.
Please rise and state your point.
In order for the clause to be denied, and a P5 nation has voted against, wouldn't that mean that there would have to be a veto submitted?
That would be the case if we're in a real Security Council. But for UNIS MUN, in order to exercise a veto right, we need to submit a note to the chair informing the chair about the veto right, and we will have a P5 caucus. Therefore, the negative vote from the permanent member in this case cannot be considered a veto.
So, can I?
Yes.
So the vote against by the United Kingdom will be considered against. However,
It's not a veto.
The delegate won't be able to explain or give a speech as to why he votes against.
No, because the delegate has not informed the chair about the veto. Therefore, the veto is denied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Delegate of Russia, please rise and state your point.
We were informed that the P5 either need to abstain or veto, that they can choose against. Is that misinformation?
The delegate, can you please wait? The vice president will not check.
POI to the chair.
Yes, delegate, please rise and state your point.
Seeing as time for this clause has ended, may the delegate please very quickly ask for a motion in order to move back to the previous clause, which is now clause 5. In order for one last one last very short speech.
Denied due to time constraint. Here are the exact wording of the manual. Veto will not be accepted without prior warning. So if the delegate does not inform the delegate about the chair about the veto, then the vote will just be a negative vote.
Your Honor, Chair.
Please rise and state your point.
Is there anywhere in this, I would like to call it instruction manual, that states whether or not a veto is 100% necessary when a P5 member state is voting against the clause?
Can the delegate repeat the question?
Does it state anywhere that a P5 member nation it is necessary for a P5 member nation to submit a veto in order to vote against? Or can a P5 member nation vote against without a veto?
It does not. So the chair interpret the manual as that if the delegate the delegate of a P5 can vote against a resolution as a normal vote, but not a veto if it's not informed by the delegate.
So so a P5 member state or nation has the power to perform a speech on top of a veto.
The delegate would like to give an example. For example, if the whole House wishes to vote against, which is 15 votes against, right? Then that wouldn't be considered a veto vote because there's a general consensus about it. The next time, if the delegate wishes to veto the resolution, then the delegate needs to submit a veto threat, or else it's just a normal vote.
Thank you. Point of privilege.
Please rise and state your point.
Since the delegate was misinformed about the rules within the Security Council, may the delegate now please submit a veto as an exception.
Second? Second?
Objections. Due to time constraint, the chair cannot entertain. Here are the results of the clause. For clause number 5. 5 vote for, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The resolution does not pass because it does not meet the supermajority. Clapping is not in order. The resolution has failed as a whole since there are no clauses left to debate. The House will now move to the second resolution submitted by the delegate of China on the issue of Palestine. The Chair Kit will now yield my chairing rights to Chair Francesco and take position as the member of the delegate of China. Please.
The chair would like to recommend that someone moves the motion to an unmoderated caucus. Are there any speakers wishing to produce this motion?
Motion to move the unmoderated caucus for 5 to 10 minutes.
Any seconds?
Second.
Any objections? Seeing as there are no objections, there will be an unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes so that you can exit the room to do what is necessary.
I read clause 5 so wrong.
I need to read over the clause. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, read it.
Russell, you are close to
lapse, and we will be moving swiftly into the deployment of UN peacekeepers. The question of recognition of Palestine as a full UN member. And this has been submitted by the delegate of China. May the main submitter of this resolution please rise and read out all the operative clauses, excluding all subclauses.
Suggest the creation of a framework on peace agreement, an agreement between two or more hostile countries that ends a state of war, mandated by the UN to mediate a peaceful conference between Palestine and Israel regarding problems such as but not limited to. 2. Request the Council to respect the rights of both Israel and Palestinians to have their own territories, as Israel was the only recognition in the United Nations. 3. Demands that Israeli forces alleviate the air, land, and sea blockade of Gaza Strip so that humanitarian efforts can be restored through ways such as but not limited to. Emphasize the need for all member nations to provide support and aid in a solution through ways such as but not limited to. Emphasize the need to protect and promote the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory through the use of armed force. It can be achieved through ways such as but not limited to.
Thank you, Delegate. The Chair will now allot 1 hour and 30 minutes for debate on the resolution. May the main submitter please give their opening remarks on the resolution.
The delegate of China believes that the House should vote for this resolution due to its comprehensive and cohesive clauses. In the clauses, China aims to support both the stability in the region in the Gaza Strip, taking stance with both Israel and Palestine in order to affirm to this council that China support the peaceful actions in the region and condemn any violations towards human rights and the rights to be able to a recognition of a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
The delegate is open to any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all POIs. Are there any such points in the House?
Point of order to the chair.
Yes.
Point of order to the chair. The first speech is just for the entire resolution as a whole.
Okay.
Therefore, there will be no POIs as far. Only the second speech.
The chair stands corrected. May the delegate of China please give their opening remarks for Clause 1.
For Clause 1, the delegate of China believes that we must create a framework between the two countries, between Israel and Palestine, to come up with a cohesive consensus between the two countries in order to alleviate the problems. The delegate believes that there must be a peaceful conference between Palestine and Israel annually in order for the two countries and the two leaders to make sure that they are engaged and also be informed of the situation in the Gaza Strip, to make sure no civilians' lives are being injured, as well as to promote peace and sustainability in the region. The delegate believes that all the countries should follow the international humanitarian human rights law for the Palestinian people, even though they are not recognized as a nation state in the United Nations. But the people, the Palestinians, they deserve the right to live, they deserve the right to freedom, the right to speech, and all the other rights of being a human and being dignified as a human. So the delegate believes that the House should vote for this resolution and this clause specifically due to its cohesiveness and also its plan for Palestinians and Israel, as well as the entire Security Council, in order to work together to come up with a plan to alleviate the situation.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
The delegate is open to any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? The Russian Federation, you have been recognized.
The clause seems very vague. Is this intentional for some reason, or is this a limitation to the clause?
The delegate believes that it is not a limitation to the clause because the situation it requires a consensus between different parties and litigants such as Israel and Palestine. Therefore, the vagueness of the clause is intentional due to the fact that that there are no exact wording or exact mention of the or any action that we want to take, but rather leaving the clause in order to mediate the different interpretation in order to alleviate the laws. Therefore, the delegate believes, since the delegate have ties with both Palestine and Israel, the delegate believes that this clause is perfectly capable of being a middle ground for both countries and does not have a bias between any countries at all.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would like to yield the floor to the delegate of the United Kingdom.
Does the delegate of the United Kingdom accept this yield?
Yep.
Laughing is not in order. The delegate of United Kingdom, you are now recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to thank China for this, for an attempt at dealing with the situation of the recognition of Palestine as a UN member state. And although the delegate of the United Kingdom does firmly agree with the beliefs and values that China has displayed, the delegate does have a specific issue with the clause itself. Due to how the clause, the main issue that was somewhat pointed out by the Russian Federation is the broad scale and nature of the clause. Due to how the first reason why the two-party talks broke down wasn't necessarily because of conflict, it was due to such a difference in agreements and opinions that talks begin to degrade. The delegate believes that encouraging these talks again won't do much due to how there's much bad will, and this clause doesn't do anything to actually address the situation, which is the border disputes that both Palestine and Israel are having. And so therefore, the delegate believes that although this resolution and its clauses that may come on may be very positive, this one does have a few issues with its overly optimistic tone.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? The delegation of China, Russian Federation, and South Africa. You are being recognized in that order.
Thank you, the delegate of the United Kingdom, for making that passionate speech for this clause. But the delegate would like to ask if, because the delegate mentioned that this clause is very optimistic, so would the delegate hope it to be dark and murky so that we will endanger the lives of Palestinians and Israel?
No, the delegate thinks that's somewhat of a scarecrow argument. What the delegate believes is that we should be taking real and a realistic tone at the issue in Palestine and shouldn't paint it as a rose-colored garden. There are some real issues that are taking place. There's some real values and lives being put at stake, and therefore it should be treated as such.
Follow-up? The delegate also mentioned at the beginning that these peace talks between the two countries did not actually work, but this clause suggests a framework of peace agreement between the two countries as well as other litigants and players into this conference in order to mediate the conflict. Would the delegate tell to the entire committee how the delegate, if this clause does not pass, how does the delegate wishes to, what is the delegate's vision for the region?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
May the chair ask the delegate to speak somewhat slower.
Could the delegation of China please speak in a more audible and clear, slow manner?
As the delegate of the United Kingdom mentioned at the beginning, that the peace talks between Israelis and Palestinians have failed due to the vast disagreement between the two countries, but that these talks were not conducted in an international level rather than a regional level that has been. Then how do you think the Council can address this issue, and what is the United Kingdom's vision for the region?
The United Kingdom would like to take a realistic approach to this situation, because although the United Kingdom would like a perfect resolution where both parties are happy, that is sadly not the case. What the delegates of the United Kingdom's vision is to draw proper borders and proper policies to be put in place where a state of at least form of a sustainable and long-term form of peace is put into place, rather than a short-term one, which could lead to more and more extreme forms of violence.
Russian Federation?
The clause suggests creating a framework mediated by the UN where these issues will be addressed. So although broad, is it not more effective having a framework to address these issues rather than these issues go unaddressed?
The delegate believed that one of the issues was that it was too broad. However, the main issue that the delegate has is with it being an overly optimistic look at the situation at hand.
South Africa.
The delegate recognized weaknesses of this clause being too optimistic and being too broad. Could the delegate clarify if they're for or against the clause?
The delegate strongly believes in China's overall beliefs on the situation. However, for this specific clause, the delegate is in disagreement.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is once again open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegation of Russian Federation, you have been recognized.
The Russian Federation acknowledges the concerns from the delegate of the UK. However, it believes that more agreement and more conferencing and mediated conferences will strive towards peace. And though these issues may seem optimistic, by working multilaterally and by having peace agreements, they will be achieved over time.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself to any and all points of information. Are there any in the House? The delegation of the United Kingdom, you have been recognized.
The delegate of the Russian Federation not believe building a more realistic and although another framework which may be more suited to the situation is a lot more appropriate.
In this conference, amendments are not occurring. Therefore, we believe this is the best solution possible, this clause.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is once again open on the discussion of this clause. Are there any such delegates wishing to speak for or against this resolution? China, you have been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to once again reaffirm the Council that this clause is very detailed and not vague at all, as the delegate of the United Kingdom asserted, due to the fact that this clause ensures human rights. I would like to address the whole Council to have a little think. If this clause is not passed, then the human rights of the Jews and the Arabs in both regions will be undermined. These people will be lost in the region and also be in the turmoil of war. And also in the fact that this expresses the hope that decisions should be made by the House to ensure that these people have the sovereign right to rule and have the dignity of being human. These also allows both the civilians of Israel and Palestine to agree on a peace agreement that would allow the entire region to be sustainable, as well as protecting human rights, which is very important in today's issue, since we have seen a lot of countries and a lot of other nations have undermined the human rights status of the country. So the delegate believes that this clause is very plausible and it should be passed. Also, because of its neutrality between Israel and Palestine, as China wishing to be the mediation for the two countries in order to achieve peace and sustainability.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
The delegate is open to any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there such points in the House? United Kingdom, you have been recognized.
Does the delegate of China not understand that the delegate of the United Kingdom is not some sort of murderous tyrant that wants to kill our Jews and Arabs, but rather is trying to create a framework which is perfect the first time, rather than creating one which could possibly be flawed and show its cracks as it is applied more and more within the region?
The delegate is sorry if the delegate has implied implicitly that the United Kingdom is some kind of murderer or tyrant. So if the delegate of the United Kingdom thinks that it is that, then the delegation of China extend its apology. But the delegate believes that at this point, since the tensions of Palestinians and Israelis have risen, it is the most effective clause as specifically in the resolution as a whole because of its peace agreements, because of the clauses that will ensure human rights, sustainability, as well as recommend other nation states to intervene if nothing has been achieved. Because this problem has been around for a very long time, and different council of this body and different nations have tried to alleviate it. But I think this is the perfect clause for the moment right now, and it is perfectly suited that will ensure human rights as well as the decision to choose by the people.
Follow up?
Granted.
As the delegate said, this is the perfect solution for right now. However, does the delegate not believe building a framework which allows for both long-term and short-term peace is the effective and proper measure to apply to the situation rather than building a short-term form of emergency aid?
The delegate does not believe that this is a form of emergency aid, but the delegate, when the delegate implies that it is right now, it means that it's urgent, and this council must take urgent measures against this issue, as well as ensuring the sustainability of this clause. Because the United Nations is all about the sustainable development goals that we have set in 2030 to ensure that all of us deserve the right to have food, the right to have sustainable water, and the right to practice their own freedoms, as well as promoting partnership for the goals, which is SDG number 17. So the delegate believes that in order to achieve this, we need to have a peace agreement between different countries in order to achieve SDG number 17, which is the goals, partnership for the goals, which is all of the goals in the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
The delegate would like to give the floor back to the chair.
That is in order. A veto threat has been received by the delegate of the United Kingdom. Would the delegate please make a speech explaining his veto threat?
Adding on to what the delegate of the United Kingdom has already said, the delegate would like to bring the committee's attention into subclause A, which is the economical and physical access of Palestinians to Jerusalem. So on paper, this is a very good idea. We should be allowing economical trade between these regions in order to promote aid for its citizens. However, what this subclause does not take into account is that many Palestinians are living in locations, regions, which are quite rural and don't have access to modern technologies that we may have today. So what should have been written within this subclause is possibly enlisting the aid of international organizations such as the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization, other organizations which are specialized within these issues, rather than just leaving it a blank and very, very broad and vague clause. So this reason and many others that the delegate of the United Kingdom has already explained is why the delegate of the United Kingdom is voting to veto this clause.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegation of the United Kingdom has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? Alright. The delegation of China and Russian Federation, you have been recognized in that order.
The delegation of China would like to sadly express its the delegation of China is very sad due to the veto threat of the United Kingdom, because the delegate is also speechless because this agreement is such a really good one, and the delegation of China has prepared for days and months on this clause. And the delegate is very sad that it has received a veto, and the delegate would like to ask if are there any consensus between the two nations that the delegate that we could come to in order to have a consensus and for you and for the delegate of the United Kingdom to retract its veto.
The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to urge, in order for the delegate of the United Kingdom to retract its veto, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to, in future, work very closely with the delegate of China in order to build upon this framework, in order to make it as perfect and as helpful to the citizens of both Palestine and Israel as possible.
Does the delegate of the United Kingdom recognize this clause hopes to create a conference and an agreement regarding these problems? Not answering these problems, but regarding these problems where they can be further discussed.
May the delegate please rephrase your question.
May the delegation of Russia please rephrase her question.
Does the delegate recognize that this clause hopes to create a peaceful conference where these issues can be addressed? It does not hope to address the issues within these sub-clauses, but rather hopes to create a framework in which it can be developed, and therefore it's essential right now to have this basic framework to further develop.
As the delegate of the United Kingdom has already stated, it's not as if the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to deal with the situation within Palestine without a framework. What the delegate of the United Kingdom is implying is that many parts of this clause are quite positive. However, there are some underlying issues with specificity and over-optimism, which should be fixed with further amendments. However, seeing as we don't have amendments, possible resolutions in the future.
Motion to extend POI.
Are there any seconds?
Second.
Any objections? Is the delegation of the United Kingdom okay with this motion? There's been a motion to extend POIs. Are there any new POIs? The South Africa, France, and China, you've been recognized in that order.
If there are changes made to these clauses regarding the broadness or the changes that you have given out, would you go upon this clause or not?
If there were changes made, then like the delegate of the United Kingdom has already stated, they would 100% back and help China in whichever way possible, whether it be financial, cultural, technological aid. It's not as if the delegate of the United Kingdom is opposed to the beliefs of China. It's just that the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that a more proper framework could be put into place in order for this issue to be discussed properly. Second.
Why does the delegate of the United Kingdom think that this clause being overly optimistic is bad or it will be only
Because the issue with it being overly optimistic is the fact that it doesn't take into account certain issues. Like for example, as the delegate has already stated in subclause C, within the two-party talks, the reason the two-party talks dissolve is due to border disputes and fundamental disagreements within beliefs and religion and values. And so, not taking this into account and just reopening these two-party talks would prove disastrous due to how these underlying issues are still in place. And so resuming these talks would lead to nothing and possibly escalate conflicts further.
The delegate agrees to the Russian Federation's last POI pertaining to the fact that there is an agreement of establishing an annual conference between the Palestinian government and also the Israeli government. So does the delegate believe that there should be an annual conference between these two countries? Especially, it is an opportunity for the two countries to bond and also build a relationship between each other.
Yes.
Thank you, delegate. May the delegate please return the floor back to the chair.
Back to the chair.
That is in order. Due to the veto threat, the council will now move into 5 minutes for a P5 caucus. This will be unmoderated for any other delegate that is not part of the P5.
In my opinion, I think that one's going to go first. stated that we had 1.5 hours to debate for this clause, or as the issue as a
The
whole?
resolution as a whole.
Oh,
The time has elapsed for the unmoderated caucus, and the P5 caucus have come to an agreement that veto will be denied. So the floor is once again open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this resolution as a whole. Are there any such delegates? Please raise your placards once I have finished my phrase. Are there any such delegates? The delegation of France, you have been recognized.
The delegate of France actually strongly supports this clause. It's because this clause is probably the most detailed one we've had so far for this entire conference, and also that this clause is very specific in its is very specific throughout, and exactly details what will be, how the thing will be done and how it will be done. For example, Clause A, Clause B, protection of inalienable human rights of both Jews and Arabs in both regions. Follow international humanitarian and human rights for Palestinian people. Expresses hope that whatever decision made by the House, that the international community will acknowledge that as sovereign people, the Israeli and Palestinian people have a right to national self-determination. So I feel that this subclause B, subclause II, is very important, and is very important to recognize Palestine as a full UN member, and can greatly pass this, can greatly help this issue, help this issue go away or be resolved.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
Point of parliamentary inquiry to the chair.
Yes. You have been recognized.
Can the chair please check if eating is allowed in the during debate time?
During debate time, when not giving a speech or POI, delegates are permitted to eat as long as they are respectful and do not make a mess on the table and do not distract other delegates.
Thank you, Chair.
The
Going
delegate is
back,
open to any and all points.
any and all points. No laughing. Okay. The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? United Kingdom, you are being recognized.
Just for the delegate of the United Kingdom's ease of understanding, the delegate of France, please define the term self-determination.
Self-determination. The delegation of France is not entirely sure as to what self-determination means, but the delegation of it has a self-determination as a word which has positive connotation to it, and this positive, believes that the word has positive connotation to it, and I think the delegate of France would like to clarify from the delegate of the United Kingdom what exactly self-determinism means.
Point of order to chair.
Yes.
Speaking between delegates is not
That is in order.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes.
According to the situation, the delegate of China believes that the delegate of France has not been speaking directly to the United Kingdom, but rather suggesting that the delegate can do it another time via no form, not necessarily answering right now.
That is in order. France, please try to refrain from asking a question because it may cause some sort of confusion as just seen. Please send a note to the delegation of the United Kingdom if the delegation of France would like to further discuss with the UK delegation.
follow up.
Denied due to time constraints.
The delegate of France would like to give back to the chair.
Okay. That is in
Motion to
order.
proceed to voting procedures.
Second.
Any seconds?
Seconds.
Any objections? Seeing as there are no objections, we will now be moving into voting procedure. May the admin please secure the door, suspend all no passing, and go into respective voting positions. Laughing is not in order, and please, United States, refrain from eating at this time. Now, any delegates wishing to vote for this resolution? Delegates wishing to vote against? Delegates wishing to abstain? With 9 for, 2 against, and 1 abstaining, this resolution passes.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. First one. Should I write 60?
Pass.
Sorry, one moment. Would the delegate of China please stand up and make their opening remarks on this second clause?
Thank you, everyone, for passing the resolution that the clause of the delegation of China have submitted. For the second clause, the delegate believes that it is essential for the rights of both Israel and Palestine to have their own territories and self-rule over their nations, even though Palestine is not recognized as an official UN country. But it is the responsibility of this body and as an international community to respect the rights of people of having their own territory, having their own home, and not having to be afraid of that someday the bomb or a conflict might invade their house and they will be lost of the house. So in this clause, the delegate believes that the Council should consider it passing because it recommends the UN member nations to resolve conflict between two countries through dialogues and also negotiations based on the international law and also the laws that the United Nations have proposed, and also provide protection for inalienable rights such as the right to live, the right to basic necessities such as water, shelter, and food for the Palestinian people, because these are the necessities and the people in Palestine and Israel deserves the right of dignity and also deserves the right to have these necessities. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself to any points of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is once again open for any delegates wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are there any such delegates in the House? Delegation of the United States, you have been recognized.
Given that the member states of Israel and Palestine play a huge role in ending the conflict and overall peace within the area, I would like to turn the House's attention to subclause A, where it states, recommends UN member nations to solve the conflict between Palestine and Israel through dialogues and negotiations on the basis of respect for international law. However, as the delegate of the United States strongly disagrees with this clause due to its vagueness, the clause does not state whether or not Palestine or Israel will be included within these discussions, and the delegate of the United States strongly believes that these two member nations play a huge role.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any points of information. Are there any such points in the House? The delegation of China and United Kingdom, you have been recognized in that order.
The delegate of the United States has stated that thank you for your accentuation of the importance of both the litigants of Israel and Palestine. But the delegate believes, the delegate also mentioned that there isn't any mention or talking about the Israel-Palestine, but the delegate disagrees due to the fact that Israel and Palestine is explicitly mentioned in the clause. Will the delegate explain why the delegate makes such a false claim?
Thank you for your question. However, the delegate of the United States wanted to point the House's attention to subclause A in specific. In order for the delegate of the United States to agree with this clause in particular, there would have to be a very concise and specific manner of expressing that Palestine and Israel would be involved within this negotiation process. And because of this, the delegate of the United States has come up with this argument.
Follow up?
Right.
The delegate expresses that it's very vague for the clause number 2, but this is recommending a dialogue and negotiations for respect to international law, which adds to the first clause that we've already passed. In the first, which we have an annual conference between the two nations without any mention explicitly of what the dialogue and conference is about. But this clause is in addition to the first clause, as in respect of that, because it has detailed outline of what the dialogues and negotiations is about based on the international law. Will the delegate please clarify if the delegate agrees with this, since the previous clause does not mention the content of the conference.
As stated before, the delegate of the United States was specifically referring to this clause and even more specifically subclause A. However, it was not stated anywhere here that the two member nations or states, Palestine and Israel, were mentioned before. Therefore, the United States strongly disagrees with this clause and pushes everybody else to.
Thank you, delegate. That is in order. Would the United States please stand until you have yielded your floor?
My apologies.
Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is once again open to any delegate wishing to speak for or against this resolution as a whole, or this clause as a whole. Are there any such delegates? Estonia, you have been recognized.
Delegation of the Republic of Estonia believes that this clause is redundant, as the previous one also explained the human rights being upheld and the negotiations between the two states.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any POIs? May the delegate of China please wait until I have finished the procedure. The delegate has opened himself to any and all, herself to any and all points of information. Are there such points in the House? China, you've been recognized.
Is the delegate aware that the fact that it is not redundant to the delegation China believes that the first clause is mentioned that we need to ensure to provide them with the human rights that they need, but this second clause outlines the specific needs and full protection. This clause ensures full protection of these rights, because the other one is just providing them with these rights, but we don't know if it's protection or sustainability. But this one ensures that there is a full protection to water, shelter, and food for Palestinian people. Does the delegate agree that this is not redundant?
Yes. To a certain extent, because this could have been added to the first clause, but yes, I agree, because to provide full protection, we must vote for this clause. But
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair to another delegate? That is in order. The floor is once again open for any delegate wishing to speak for or against this resolution. Are there any such delegates in the House? United Kingdom, you have been recognized.
Since there are many others that would like to speak, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to keep it short. So basically, what the United Kingdom would like to say is that the United Kingdom and its policies do agree with this clause, and the delegate of the United Kingdom will be voting for it. However, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to remind all the delegates that they are voting in respect to their country's values and beliefs. And to this delegate's knowledge, many of the delegations within this committee believe that Palestine is an illegitimate state, not a real state. And so therefore, the primary clause this is built upon, which is respect the rights of both Israel and Palestine to have their own territories would be in direct violation of each of these delegates' own nations and their values. And therefore, the delegate would like to urge delegates to vote in relation to their country's values and beliefs.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Due to many of the delegates wanting to speak now.
The delegate has opened himself to no points of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? Can you be spared? Do you accept the seal?
Accept the seal. So the delegates, as one of the main role in this situation, he thanks China for the positive message of the call of the calls. However, the delegates is concerned about the current situation between the two countries. Israel and Palestine have been in conflict. Even though we, both countries have been slowly working to peace, but there are still many problems still evolving. And this, like the delegates of the United States has mentioned, is that Subclause A is somehow vague and it does not mention the two countries of the two nations, which is Israel and Palestine, in the clause. It only mentions UN members to solve the conflict between Palestine and Israel. So that is my the delegate's speech.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
One.
The delegate has opened himself to 1 point of information. Are there any such points in the House? South Africa, you have been recognized.
Okay, so as heard of what the UK said, there are 3 pillars to this framework. First being the total autonomy of the own country. Secondly, the bilateral and multilateral support of other nations, which in this case we can see that Palestine and Israel have not been able to get done. Now, which results in the third and last pillar of international intervention, meaning that international countries will have to help resolve no matter if the nations are willing to contribute their own beliefs and thoughts.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes, you've been recognized.
The delegate believes that the POI is a question to the delegate of Israel. Why does the delegate of South Africa making a speech at this point?
Thank you, delegate, for this point. It is, in effect, correct. Could South Africa please refrain from making a speech, but instead ask a question to Israel?
Seeing that Palestine and Israel have not been able to get on good terms, what is the problem with other countries intervening and coming up with it?
The delegation of Israel sees that the South Africa, the delegation of South Africa is making a good recommendation. However, using the third pillar, we also need to be involved since we are the two main factors of this problem. So letting the other countries, letting the other nations solve our problem on their own, it's somehow a bit of revolt on our end.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is once again open for any delegate wishing to speak for or against this resolution as a whole, and this clause as a whole. Are there any such delegates? Delegation of China, you have been recognized.
Thank you. I hold in my hand here the statement of the delegate of Palestine, which you made a very important issue stating their country's status. I would like to quote, currently about a third of Palestinian refugees, more than 1.5 million individuals live in refugees camps without any human rights, without any protection for themselves as well as their families. So the delegate believes that in order to solve these problems and provide them with a human dignity, then this council must have the courage to pass this resolution and this clause to ensure that these people, the one that is left behind in 1.5 million individuals living in different countries such as Lebanon, Jordan, and Syrian Arab Republic, that they are ensured and guaranteed different necessities as well as food, water, and shelter, as this clause provides full protection of inalienable rights. If there's any delegates wishing to vote against this resolution, it means that the delegates are not upholding the basic inalienable rights that every single human being deserves, as mentioned in the 1945 UN Charter.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself to any points of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
As in order, the floor is once again open for any delegate wishing to speak for or against this resolution. Are there any such delegates in the House? United States, you have been recognized.
Even though this clause is put together with vagueness, this clause brings upon a reliable as well as sensible alternative towards safety and peace within this region. After discussion with other allied members and states around this table, the U.S. strongly encourages other member nations to vote for this clause, as it will create a better basis and stronger opportunities for Palestine and for the Palestine and Israel conflict to come to an end in a positive and safe manner.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? Seeing as there are none, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
To another delegate.
Please be specific.
To the United Kingdom.
That is in order. Does the delegate of United Kingdom accept this yield? You have been recognized.
Although the delegate of the United Kingdom was impacted by the delegate of China's emotional speech, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to remind the committee that this is a professional and formal setting, and the delegate believes that rather than taking anecdotal and tear-jerking stories, the committee must look at the facts and the issue at hand. The delegate believes that countries should be voting in alignment to what their countries believe rather than what the delegates themselves believe. That is all.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to have any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? China, Israel, United States. You have been recognized in that order.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate says that we have to look at the facts and also looking at other factors as well. Isn't 1.5 million individuals' lives in refugee camps in danger without human rights a fact?
Yes. However, what the delegate was trying to imply was that the delegate of the People's Republic of China said the speech in a very emotional and empathic tone, when the delegate of China should have been speaking from a more factual standpoint.
Follow-up?
Granted.
The delegate of the United Kingdom said that countries will be voting in their stance. Does that mean that the United Kingdom comes into this room with a closed-minded, not willing to change and listen to other countries' debate? Because in this council, we need to learn to work together, open-minded, to solve these problems.
Well, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to remind all the delegates here that they are not the primary governing bodies of their nations. They are simply an instrument in order to pass on their country's beliefs, and therefore should act in accordance to their country rather than their own beliefs.
Thank you.
The delegates of Israel Israeli concern is that, as mentioned, the two nations are working slowly to achieve peace. And with what you're saying is that, are you trying to say that you will continue to let this conflict go on, or let this somehow solve the problem?
No, of course not. Delegate of the United Kingdom is actually voting in favor of this clause. However, what due to the United Kingdom repeatedly saying that it believes that that Palestine should at least be given a role as an observer state. and that is the policies within the United Kingdom itself. However, the delegate of the United Kingdom also realizes that many of the delegates here and their governing bodies are actually against initializing Palestine as a legitimate state.
As a delegate of the United States is now aware that the delegate of the United Kingdom is voting for this clause as a whole, or respects the clause as a whole, the delegate of the United States would still like to ensure the knowledge of whether or not the United Kingdom understands that this clause goes over ways in which to respect the rights of the people within Israel and Palestine as a whole, as well as withdraw conflict. And as a nation who supports peace, wouldn't it be in your best interests to support this cause as well as the clause as a whole in the resolution?
The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to look at this clause almost like a cake with a bomb built into it. Although there is a pretty nice exterior, within the inside there is destructive capabilities which go against many of the governing bodies, specifically within the main clause, which is both Israel and Palestine to have their own territories as Israel was an recognition of membership in the UN. The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to once again remind delegates to vote in accordance to the government's beliefs rather than acting as their own governing body, as that is not the purpose of the UN.
Thank you, delegate. Denied due to time constraints.
Motion to extend POI.
Second.
Any seconds?
Second.
Any objections?
Objection.
Due to there being an objection and due to time constraints, the motion has been denied. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to May the delegate please yield the floor back to the chair?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The chair has recognized that it is over the time for discussing this specific clause. We will allow one more delegate to speak in this time. Are there any delegates wishing to speak? China, due to China being the main submitter.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegate of China believes that this, in regards to the response of the United Kingdom, the delegate believes that this clause is to ensure the safety and also the inalienable rights of the delegates. To mention the fact that the United Kingdom delegates of the United Kingdom also mentioned the fact that countries should vote pertaining to their governing body. But we should be open-minded because at this point, the people in the Palestine is in desperate need, and it requires our help and our cooperation to deliver those needs. We are not saying, the House is not saying that to recognize Palestine as a country because the delegate of China understand that these delegates, most of the delegates does not recognize Palestine as a state. But this clause, pertaining to this clause, it is providing inalienable rights to the people like water, shelter, and food to ensure their safety and well-being according to the SDGs. Thank you.
Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened himself to any points of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. Due to time constraints, we will now be moving into voting procedure. May the admin please secure the doors, suspend all no passing, and go into their respective voting positions. Delegates wishing to vote for, please raise their placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against? Delegates wishing to abstain? With 9 votes for, there's been 1 delegate who has not voted.
Your Honor, the Chair.
Yes.
The delegate of the United Kingdom raised their placard late, therefore they were recognized in the voting procedure.
For which category?
I believe that the United Kingdom wanted to vote for the clause.
That is in order. With 10 votes for, 1 vote against, 1 vote and 1 abstention, The resolution passes. Clapping is in order.
Oh, thank God. Let's go.
POI to the chair.
Yeah, POI to the chair.
Are we moving into moderated caucus?
Due to time constraint, we will be moving into third clause, but then after the third clause has been voted on, we will be moving into unmoderated caucus.
Objection.
I, Chair Francesco, yield my rights to Chair Bao.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair would like to remind delegates in the room that if you have veto powers, you cannot vote against unless you've been given explicit permission to veto. Otherwise, a vote against would be considered a veto. Therefore, if you wish to vote against without vetoing, you have to abstain. That's
POI to the chair.
Please rest your vote.
There have been past occurrences, given past clauses and past resolutions, where this rule is not implied. This will
not affect those cases. But please be aware that moving on forwards will be necessary. Okay. The House are now moving directly into the voting. Debating clause 3 of this resolution. To the main submitter of this clause, please rise and read the operative clause, excluding all subclauses.
Demands that Israeli forces alleviate the air, land, and sea blockade of Gaza Strip so that humanitarian efforts be restored through ways such as but not limited to.
The Chair allots a total of 10 minutes on this clause. Delegate, you may have the floor to give your opening remarks.
Thank you. The delegate of China believes that the House should pass this clause because of the limitations that the Israeli forces have forced on Palestinians, which restrict the ability of humanitarian aid coming into the country, into the region, in order to provide them with the necessity of necessities of water, food, and also humanitarian aid. And this clause also pertains to the clean water, electricity, medical care, and also giving opportunities for the Palestinians as well as Israelis to work together and come together in order to make a sustainable and peaceful environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate is open himself up to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House at this time? Delegate of the United States, you've been recognized.
As seen in this clause, as stated in this clause, demands that Israeli forces alleviate their air, land, and sea blockade of the Gaza Strip so that humanitarian efforts be restored through ways such as, but not limited to. As a stronger power, as Israel is a stronger power represented in this conflict, wouldn't it be more of a priority to get the member state on board of protecting these routes in order to get supplies to Palestine or the Gaza Strip, rather than enforcing them to leave or to withdraw all their military involvement, including air, land, and sea blockades, in order to help grow Palestine as a nation?
The delegate of China believes that the delegate of the United States have mistaken the word alleviate. According to the SAT 1,000 words definition, alleviate means that to improve, not to completely withdraw the Air Force, but to lift up the ban on air and land and sea blockade so that the trade can come in. The delegate of China does not say that the delegate of Israel should withdraw entire military presence and protection in this region.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now open to any delegates wishing to speak for or against this clause. Are any delegates wishing to speak at this time? The delegate of France, you can recognize.
Delegate of France is for this clause. Believes that now it's the most detailed clause we've seen so far in this conference. The delegate believes that this clause addresses crucial issues such as allowing basic supplies to enter communities affected by the blockade, such as clean water supply for all Gazans, electricity, and etc. The delegate would like to point out that one of the SDGs that this conference is dealing with is clean water, and this clause ensures basic human rights are fulfilled. Basic human rights are fulfilled for communities affected by a serious blockade, and that if this clause is passed, it will help the situation improve drastically and in a manner which is a lot more effective.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any point of information? Any at all?
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House at this time? The delegate of Russia, you've been recognized. The chair would also like to yield the chairing rights back to Chair Francesco.
Does the delegate believe that in clause 5, that subclause 5, that sending police powers from both Palestine and Israel to supervise may result in tension and conflict between the two forces?
The delegate believes that although there might be a probability for police powers to cause some conflict, the clause states that Israel will supervise the police force, and sending police force from both Palestine and Israel to supervise that. So the supervision from the police powers can cause conflicts. However, the delegate personally believes that there won't be high chances of conflicts occurring.
Follow-up question.
Granted.
Does the delegate of France recognize that Palestinians are skeptical about military forces because there are anecdotal cases where they kill civilians?
Rephrase the question.
Does the delegate realize that the civilians living in this area will be wary of opposing police forces as there has been ongoing violence between Palestinian and Israeli military forces?
The delegate does affirm that Palestinians will be wary of police forces. However, the delegate believes that police forces can watch this at a safe distance, and there can be supervisions placed upon the police forces, not intruding the area of
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair to another delegate?
The delegate would like to yield the chair to the delegate of Finland.
Laughing is not in order, sorry.
The delegate of France would like to yield the chair to the delegate of United Kingdom.
Does the delegate of United Kingdom accept this yield?
Yeah.
That is in order. You have been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom believes that this third clause should pass and rather swiftly due to how it is a time-honored tradition within many cultures of just bello, which is just war, where after a conflict occurs within just bello, there is time for many countries to heal after large amounts of conflict, for them to tend to their wounded, for them to bury their dead. And the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that this is the only respectable action to do, and believes that a motion should be passed in order to move to previous question, so we can vote in favor of this resolution as this clause and this clause.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
That is in order. The delegate has opened himself to any and all points of information. Are there any such points in the House? The delegation of the United States, you have been recognized.
As the delegate of the United Kingdom stated, as Palestine is going through tough times, coming out of a war, that they should be awarded with time to fix the problems that are at stake, that were put in place, and as well as grow as a nation as a whole. However, as seen here, as seen with this clause, the implications, or firstly, the Israeli forces that would be alleviated to then open up trading as well as other essentials to come into Palestine. Wouldn't that just create a bunch of unnecessary work as well as connection to other nations and hassle throughout the government and people of Palestine that is not needed at this moment in time?
The delegate somewhat disagrees due to how after a just war is fought, any malintent is split aside and set aside, and so countries can begin working together. And the delegate believes that opening up these trade routes will allow Israel to effectively be able to provide supplies at a lower cost that that Palestine can produce, therefore possibly boosting up their infrastructures and helping out many of the citizens for things such as food.
Denied due to time constraints. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair, due to how you can't give it the same.
Thank you very much. That is in order. Due to time constraints, we will be moving straight into voting procedure.
Point of personal privilege.
You have been recognized.
Could I please speak as my views in opposition? And I think we should be heard.
Point of order.
Yes, you're being recognized.
The use of personal privilege is not for the
This
delegate to
delegates-
extend. Point of personal privilege does not allow the delegate to extend.
That is in order, and due to time constraints, that is denied from the part of Russia. May the admin please secure the doors, suspend all note passing, and go into their respective voting positions. The chair would like to remind the P5 that if they did not notify the chair that they wanted to veto, they cannot vote against. They can only vote abstain or for. Now, with that said, delegates wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards. Delegates wishing to vote against. Delegates wishing to vote abstain. With 9 votes for, 0 votes against, and 3 abstentions, the resolution passes. Clapping is in order. We will now, due to time constraints, continue debating and hope to end this resolution as swiftly as possible. May the main submitter please read the operative clause, subtracting all sub-clauses, and please give your remarks.
Emphasizes the need for all member nations to provide support and aid in a solution through ways such as, but not limited to.
You may go with your opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to urge the whole council to vote for this resolution due to the fact that it is supporting aid and solution, as we have already passed. It's the third clause, which allows, restrict Israel from, alleviate the trade block between Israel and also other countries. So the delegate believes that this clause is an addition because it is, through the clauses that we have debated and passed, it is like a story. This is the next chapter of the story, which emphasizes like how we can help and what we should provide for them. Because after we alleviate the aid, then we need to send the aid in. And this is the resolution, this is the clause just to do it, to help them bring medical professionals, people who cannot approach Palestine. Now they can come into the country, as well as providing health workers and as well as providing financial support for economics. Since the delegates has received the statement of the delegate of Palestine earlier on, the delegate of Palestine also said the Human Development Index is currently at 0.69, higher in countries such as India and Guatemala, but it is behind Vietnam. So in a country, Palestine, a country that is not recognized by the United Nations, but somehow the development index is higher than India, this says to the question that that Palestine is fully incapable of performing trade as well as performing other issues regarding development. Therefore, the delegate of China urges the whole council to vote for this resolution as it helps the people and help them to create a peaceful and sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the Delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
The Delegate has opened himself to any points of information. Are there any such points in the House at this time? Seeing as there are none, would the Delegate like to yield the floor back to the Chair or to another Delegate?
Delegate would like to yield the floor to the Delegate of United Kingdom.
Does the Delegate of United Kingdom accept this yield?
Yes.
That is in order. You have been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom wouldn't necessarily urge the House to vote due to it being a story. However, what the delegate of the United Kingdom, the reasoning behind the delegate of the United Kingdom believing that the committee as a whole should vote in favor of Clause 4 is as the delegate has already previously discussed within the 3 pillars of our responsibility to protect. It is found that Israel and Palestine are unable to deal with the situation on their own. It is the responsibility of the international community as a whole to provide multilateral and bilateral aid however they can in order to help support and push Palestine and Israel out of economically, politically, and cultural tumultuous period. And so the delegate of the United Kingdom would strongly urge all delegates to vote in favor of this wonderfully phrased Clause 4.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the Delegate open to any points of information?
1.
The Delegate has opened himself to 1 point of information. Are there any such points? Seeing as there are none, would the Delegate like to yield the floor back to the Chair? That is in order.
Motion to move to the previous question.
Second.
Any seconds?
Second.
Any objection? Seeing there are no objections, we will now be moving into voting procedure. Would the admin please secure the doors, suspend all note passing, and go into their respective voting positions. Now, delegates wishing to vote for. Delegates wishing to vote against. Delegates wishing to abstain. There are 2 delegates that have not voted, and due to this we will have a recount. Delegates wishing to vote for, please raise your placards high. Due to the whole council voting for this resolution passes with extreme success. Clapping is definitely in order. Because we move, due to time constraints, we will be moving straight into Clause 5. May the main submitter please make their opening remarks and read out the main clause, subtracting all subclauses.
Emphasizes the need to protect and promote the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory through the use of armed force. It can be achieved through ways such as, but not limited to.
You may go to your opening remarks.
The delegate sees that this clause. Could the point of information to the chair?
Yes.
Could the delegate withdraw this clause of the resolution?
At this time, it is not possible due to there only being 5 clauses, and due to there needing a minimum of 5 clauses to pass, we will have to go through with this clause. If the delegate of China would like to raise a motion to move to another caucus, that may be in order.
Motion to move to previous question.
Any
Voting
seconds?
procedure. Second.
Any Any objections?
Objection?
Seeing that there are 2 objections, this has been denied. May the Chinese delegate please make your opening remarks. You may take 1 minute to think about it.
Point of information to the chair. What does inadmissibility mean?
Yeah.
Did you write this?
No, I don't like.
The definition of inadmissible is someone or something that is not accepted or allowed. An example of inadmissible is a person not wearing a shirt or shoes in an establishment where shoes and shirts are required.
The delegate wants to reiterate this clause as the delegate has not understand clearly in the definition of inadmissibility. The delegate believes that this House should pass this clause in order for us to move on as well as make this resolution a success. And also, this clause requires the protect and also the responsibility to protect of a nation state in order to protect its own citizens, and it requires the military intervention. And the delegate of China believes that is saying in this clause is that the military, the armed force, can only be used in circumstances of protection of their own sovereignty. Not say the delegate does not say that the nation states such as Israel and Palestine should use the troops to invade other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to? Is the delegate open to any points of information?
No.
The delegate has not opened themselves to any points of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor to the chair or to another delegate?
To the delegate of the United Kingdom.
Does the delegate of the United Kingdom accept this yield?
Wholeheartedly.
That is in order. You have been recognized.
The delegate of the United Kingdom would strongly advise the whole committee to vote against this clause due to a multitude of reasons. The first being the delegate of the United Kingdom barely even understood what the clause meant, along with the delegate of China. Secondly, it is asking for at least 10,000 troops that may be required to provide robustness. This is quite strange due to it being somewhat of a slippery slope due to how putting a very, very large amount of troops within a region wouldn't it just escalate tensions. We've seen this in many other situations, such as in cases such as the Chinese protests within Hong Kong, where many people were protesting for their beliefs. However, the moment military action is put into place and troops are put in, there's an immediate aura of unease. Thirdly, this clause is just overall very strangely worded, using using vocabulary and phrases that are quite somewhat informal and very expressive, like robustness and inadmissibility. The delegate would highly suggest the whole House pass a motion to move to voting procedure and just strike this clause down.
Point of information to the chair.
That is in order. You have been recognized.
Could the chair please check if the resolution needs at least 5 clauses to pass? Because the delegate is aware that there is a need for 5 clauses for a draft resolution, but not the final, since we already passed the 4 resolution. And because we're voting on the resolution as a whole later, so does it need to require 5?
That is in order. The chair will now ask the approval panel on grouping
Thank you.
hangouts.
Point of information to the chair.
Yes.
Within the meantime, may the delegate of the United Kingdom motion to move to previous question.
Well, firstly, before doing so, there has been a veto threat by the delegate of the United Kingdom. Would the delegate please make a speech explaining his her veto?
The delegate of the United Kingdom would just be rephrasing what they had literally just said. And so the delegate of the United Kingdom has already stated the reasons why they are against this, and would like to make this process very simple for the rest of the committee. And so therefore, the delegate of the United Kingdom is sending a veto.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Due to the interest of the committee's sanity and time, the delegate of the United Kingdom will not be entertaining any questions.
The delegate has not entertained any points of information. Now, due to the veto threat, the council will now entertain 5 minutes for a P5 caucus, and any other delegate not in this caucus has an unmoderated caucus.
Point of information to the chair
Yes.
before we begin. Could the chair please ask the previous point of information?
So how many clauses do you need to pass a resolution as a whole? You need 5?
It's 5.
Maybe it's 5, but then we already passed the 4 clauses already.
Yeah,
Because
but
we
it's
do
still
clause by clause within the resolution.
5 is 5.
It still needs a 5?
5. And wrote it 5.
Are you sure?
I wrote it.
You adapted it. Okay.
Just a new piece of information. Due to Felix having written it and the determination from Sohan, there is a requirement of 5 clauses to pass a resolution as a whole. So if this clause does not pass, the resolution as a whole will not pass. Now, without further ado, we will move into an unmoderated caucus and P5 caucus.
That's tough.
We are all in agreement. We just need to go to that.
I agree.
and voting procedure. Admin, can you please secure the door, suspend all note passing? Okay. May the admin please secure the door, suspend all note passing, and go into the respective voting positions. Now, delegates wishing to vote for the resolution. Delegates wishing to vote against. France does not have the power to do that, as they did not threaten. United Kingdom has the only power of voting against with the P5 due to the threat being approved. Delegates wishing to vote against.
7.
Delegates wishing to vote and to abstain.
5.
With 0 votes for, 7 against, 5 abstaining, this clause does not pass, even more so with United Kingdom having veto passed. Clapping is not in order, and the resolution fails as a whole.
Let's go.
We will now be moving into unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
Mr. President.
Please people run to the toilet.
The order of the chair.
Delegate, please rise and state your point.
Is the delegate of China?
Delegate, point of parliamentary inquiry, you're not allowed to eat during your speech. So laughing is not in order.
I wasn't laughing. Is the delegate of China allowed to say that?
Can
Point of
delegate
order-
repeat the question?
Point of order to
Is the
Chair.
delegate
Please
of
rise
China?
and state your point.
What? I'm sorry.
Delegate,
Mr.
the
President.
Delegation
is
of
not allowed.
China
Mr. President.
never stated anything to the United States. This was simply the deputy president and would like to have an apology from the United States for blaming China for something that has never happened.
Delegates matter resolved, please sit
The
down.
order of the chair. I did not get to finish my point.
Time constraint. The House will now move on to the debate for resolution number 3, neutrality of the EC, aka South China Sea. Main submitter, United Kingdom, please rise and read out all the operative clauses.
Clause 1 calls for the political integration regarding the governance of the high seas in the South China Sea through ways such as but not limited to. Recommends that claimants to the South China Sea cooperate to reach an agreement on the development of resources through the means as such but not limited to. Suggests the creation of a multilateral framework under the ACSCS to facilitate communication within the region between claimant parties through means such as but not limited to. Encourages unilateral economic partnership to be made in disrupted regions of the South China Sea, such as Spratly and Nansha Islands in ways but not limited to. Addresses the issue of man-made islands and militarization of the South China Sea in ways but not limited to. 6. Aims to resolve hegemonic politically charged disputes and actions in the SID region in ways such as but not limited to. 7. Requires an all-inclusive legislative branch with staff members chosen from all participating regional nations to govern the activity in the South China Sea on the grounds as stated before, within the system including but not limited to. Calls upon the monitoring of international maritime law violations under the supervision of the World Trade Organization in order to take action to prevent damage of a global economy and security in ways but not limited to. 9. Authorizes the formation of the Reduced Aggression Doctrine, RAD, as an international escort from a joint effort between the United States and the United Kingdom in ways but not limited to. And 10. Calls upon all member states to work cooperatively in order to de-escalate the issues within the South China Sea through the use of international discourse.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to make... Delegate, please read out the first clause.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes.
Does the delegate not make an opening speech first before debating the first clause?
The chair stands correct. The delegate may now make the speech for the resolution as a whole.
Honorable chairs, distinguished delegates. The South China Sea is a crucial link in the global commons, connecting the Pacific to the Indian Ocean, the Persian Gulf to Europe. Right now, it is the most contested piece of sea in the world, and one of the reasons is the current anxiety of member states and the Majesty, including yourself, over Chinese intentions. For too long, has China and other nation states laid blatantly illegitimate claims to the region, proving to only escalate these issues. And the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that these petty disputes and the resolution is long overdue. Therefore, the delegate believes and has created a groundbreaking framework which will help to build long-term sustainable peace within the region through the use of bipartisan international stakeholders within international, regional, and national levels, as well as enlisting the aid of certain member states that have been tried and true, and by creating legally binding mechanisms to enforce peace within the region. The delegate hopes and believes that this resolution is both all-inclusive and non-intrusive, and is exactly what the UN stands for, its values, beliefs, and everything around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Within the opening speech, there are no POIs.
The chair stands corrected. The delegate, please read out clause number 1 and make your opening speech.
Calls for the integration in regarding the governance of high seas in the South China Sea through ways, but not limited to. So, the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that this is a good start, a good framework in order to begin de-escalating tensions within the region. This is a non-biased and a bipartisan way of approaching the issue by creating non-interference policies, by enlisting the aid of international organizations which have been proven in the past to be non-biased and practically incorruptible, such as the UNCLOS and ASEAN members without any partiality, as well as adjusting all ASEAN monitoring to create fluidity between the jurisdiction of all regions in ways but not limited to, designing a communication system in which changes to practices on the seas and can be processed in all regions protocols collectively. What this is doing is that it is not necessarily infringing on any of the borders and maritime locations that countries may or may not uphold. What it is that it is a global monitoring system which allows all nation members to see if there are any nations which are interfering or breaking maritime law, so that it can be dealt with accordingly with the proper legal actions, regardless of its host region.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Israel and China, you've been recognized in that order.
Thank you, the delegates of the United Kingdom, for your very meaningful speech and very realistic resolution. I have a question that, this delegate has a question that with the UNCLOS, it has existed for a very long time, and however, this problem about the neutralities of the TC has existed for quite a long time, and this delegate sees that the UNCLOS has not completed its responsibility of solving this dispute.
Of course, the delegate 100% agrees with the delegate of Israel. However, what the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to bring the committee's attention to is this is just a very small piece of a 12-clause resolution. There are many other partners, affiliated organizations which all link together in order to create a very tight bond. So within a microcosm, you may be unable to see the effect that UNICLOS has, because if you were to just take the subclause or the sub-subclause, then it would raise questions how possibly to do this. However, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to strongly recommend to the delegate of Israel to vote for it and see what the resolution has in store, because it definitely creates an effective legally binding mechanism in order to deal with the situation.
The delegate would firstly like to congratulate with such a neutral position for this first clause, but would like to ask why they mention a maritime law, UNCLOS, which has been proven multiple times by Chinese officials to be completely cutting into Chinese sovereignty. Why have you chosen to look at such a harmful branch of the UN?
The delegate of the United Kingdom understands the issues that the delegate of China may have, and that is why the delegate of the United Kingdom has created a safety mechanism, which is the use of ASEAN members without any partiality. So although the delegate of China may have issues within how exactly the UNCLOS operates, the ASEAN members, without any partiality within the situation, are the ones that are drafting the policies and procedures to make sure that Chinese sovereignty is not imposed upon.
Follow-up.
Granted.
How will that be decided, the ASEAN member states who aren't partial? For example, many are under the propaganda and under the influence of the United Kingdom and United States and overall the EU.
the delegate understands the issues that this may serve. However, the United Kingdom will only be using facts and figures and statistics in order to determine who and who is not considered an affiliated member within the situation. So for example, situations which have a coastline connecting to the East China Sea are automatically eliminated. Those with very large trade ties with these nations or very, very strong free trade agreements are also disbanded. And this leaves many of the landlocked nations which don't really have much opinion or say on this issue that can help serve as referees. And if need be, we may be using the World Trade Organization, which is further discussed upon clause, this delegate believes, 7. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
To the delegate of the Russian Federation.
Does the delegate of Russia accept this yield?
Accepts.
This is. It's an, that is an order.
The Russian Federation would also like to draw concerns on clause subclause A 2, because the non-affiliated ASEAN members, states without partiality, we are concerned about who these will select, and also the fact that spheres of influence do exist, and by not having the input of the nations directly impacted, conflicts can occur and sovereign rights may not be maintained till its fullest. So that is our main concern with this clause.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened herself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Seeing that there are none, would the chair like to give the floor back to the chair?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this first clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of China, you've been recognized.
China would like to again reiterate how this clause is very much a neutral one, and China strongly agrees with it and believes that after this speech has been finished, we should move straight into voting procedure, as this is a very clear open and shut clause, and completely agrees with it, except a few points of having to follow a procedure or a law that has been decided by someone completely out of the ASEAN committee and has created this overall law centuries, decades ago, and would like to revisit it due to China having new territories which in essence should extend it and should extend their sovereignty, which at the moment is being cut, which is why China is being so aggressive at the moment, because we are simply fighting for our freedoms and our rights.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Israel, United Kingdom, and United States have been recognized in that order.
So the delegates of China have mentioned that it's for China to promote freedom, and this delegate questions what does the delegates mean by finding freedom, and why, if finding freedom, why does China use the 9-dash line to limit the other nations? Is that finding freedom or limits the
For our part, due to China having so much control in this region and having historical islands and historical sovereignty in this region, we believe that the 9-dash line is the most appropriate one. However, it is open recently to a few alterations, allowing a bit more access to neighboring countries, especially those which have rightful claims to start to question the Chinese 9-dash line. But apart from that, we believe that the UNCLOS completely cuts into our sovereignty and believes that it should be revisited with Asian countries and a few objective states, excluding the United States, Japan, and Australia.
Thank you, delegate.
Is the delegate not aware that the proper phrasing within the subclause A, subclause I, says that it is drafting procedures? Does the delegate not realize that although they may be set by what the delegate of China deems as illegitimate organizations, China and other ASEAN members will still have a say within these matters?
That is true. However, we believe that having the UNCLOS look at this does bring in other countries that are completely out of their bounds. For example, the United States, which has no right whatsoever to be in this situation, similar to in the situation of Taiwan, where they have put their foot into business that they do not belong in whatsoever.
Thank you to the delegate of China for that outstanding speech. However, is the delegate aware that, firstly, the delegate of the United Kingdom and their country as a whole plays a huge role, aside with the United States, Japan, and Australia through alliedship, within the trade routes, protection of these routes, and other negotiations that all have to do with the South China Sea. And to continue the point stated by the delegate of China, are you aware that the United States, as a huge power, has quite a lot to do with these trade routes, protection of trade routes, and negotiations, as many of the member states within the South China Sea are not economically nor politically at the at the right level to negotiate with higher powers such as yourself or such as the delegation of China. Therefore, the United States makes it a priority to stay within these regions to make sure that fair and equal trade routes are given to all the member states of this area.
The delegate of China is completely aware of all the points that was brought up. We would like to just bring in the point that dates back since the time of the Cold War, where the United States has been sticking their nose places that really shouldn't be in. For example, the whole of the Eastern world, especially in the time of the Korean War, there were rights for them to fight for South Korean. However, as seen in history, they were bringing scouting into North Korea, and overall, China is simply fighting for something that they've always been fighting for, and it's become a sort of habit due to the aggression that the United States has continually pressed onto us, and would like to just reiterate that the United States has absolutely no right, and China does recognize that there have been some instances where neighboring countries have not had exactly the most fair trials. However, we do not expect the United States to put in almost a quarter of their whole fleet, which can cost up to $1 billion into a territory of ours, specifically into the Chinese territory.
Follow-up?
Denied due to constraints. Thank you, delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor to the chair or to another delegate?
To the chair.
That is in order. The House is now once again open for the delegate wishing to debate for or against this clause as a whole. Are there any in the House?
Motion to move to previous question.
Seconds?
Seconds.
Objections? Seeing that there are no objections, the House will move directly to voting procedures. Admin, please secure the door, suspend on passing, and take voting position. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high. The results are following. Due to an overwhelming majority of all members of this council voted for this clause, the clause does pass. Clapping is in order. The House will now move on to debate clause number 2. Would the delegate of the United Kingdom please rise and read out the operative clause and make an opening speech?
Recommends that the claimants of to the South China Sea cooperate to reach an agreement on the development of resources through means such as but not limited to.
You may start.
The delegate will just quickly start off by reading the rest of the subclauses in order for ease of seeing, due to how the blue background is somewhat difficult to see. Creating a regional intergovernmental body named the Advisory Committee of the South China Sea, ACSCS, to reach an agreement on the development of resources through means but not limited to, establishing a board of supervisors with finite membership upon which number will be decided upon, regulating the ratio of supervisors in accordance to their representative nations' populations, imposing 3-year term limits on all supervisors on the board, and employing claimant nations of the distributed territories to adhere to the requests concerning the extraction and the allocation of these resources. And so this second clause is a continuation of the first clause and helps to address a few of the concerns that China may have, especially within the issues of bias. And so therefore, the delegate of the United Kingdom has also created another framework in which members who are involved within the situation do have a say into the policies that are created. And this can be seen within a creation of a new advisory committee of the ACSCS, which may or may not be a new organ of the UN, which will be helping to impose and control and, in other words, referee many of the disputes that are occurring within the South China Sea. These positions are also not necessarily very easily corruptible due to how there is a very finite number, and it is fair due to how it is regulating the ratio of supervisors in accordance in the respective of their nation's population. And so therefore the nations where this is where they have more people, and so therefore more people are affected, they have a larger say on these issues. That is all.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any at all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Delegate of China, Estonia, and Russia, you've been recognized in that order.
The delegate of China would just like to clarify if all the supervisors in the ACSCS will be only from neighboring countries which have an actual say in the South China Sea conflict, excluding such actors such as Japan, United States, Australia, and even maybe yourself.
Yes, the delegate of the United Kingdom does believe that within only this board, due to how this is a regional board. However, this might not reflect the rest of the beliefs within the resolution. However, the clause in a microcosm does indeed only is only controlled by member states which are directly and geographically tied to the South China Sea.
The Republic of Estonia would like to know why the United Kingdom believes that it is necessary to create a whole other organ to address this issue.
Because the issue that the United Kingdom has seen within how the issue of the neutrality of the East Sea has been seen and developed throughout the years is quite holistic, and it takes too much of a broad view. And so therefore, what the delegate of the United Kingdom is doing is that they are downsizing many of the different aspects and conflicts which occur within the South China Sea into small bite-sized committees. And so many of the smaller issues which may not be brought up within the larger and very complex issue of the South China Sea get a voice. And so therefore, countries which may have very set beliefs can very easily advocate them through these boards.
As China has such a large population, would clause A, subclause 2, would that not cause an overwhelming Chinese supervisor board, thus limiting other countries from having an equal opportunity to speak about their concerns and voice their opinions towards their national interests?
While the delegate would see that this issue could occur, the delegate could also possibly, since this is just a framework, within the actual construction of these organizations, there could be a voting procedure very similar to the Security Council itself, where possibly a two-thirds majority is needed. And so even if China or any other nation has half the population within the board, there needs to be cooperation with many different board members in order for resolutions to pass smoothly. And so therefore they must be in overwhelming agreement within all of the ASEAN members.
Follow up?
Denied due to time constraints. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? Could the delegate please rise and state your point? Denied due to time constraints. Delegate of France?
No, the delegate of United Kingdom yields the floor to France.
Does the delegate of France accept this yield?
Yes.
That is in order.
The delegate of France is strongly for this clause. France believes that this clause will greatly benefit resolving this huge conflict that's ongoing in South Tennessee. The delegate would like to focus the House's attention to Clause A, creating a regional intergovernmental body named Advisory Committee of Tennessee to reach an agreement on the development of resources through means such as the United. The delegate believes that conflict on South Tennessee is quite a large matter that we're dealing with, and that splitting and that there are a lot of little tensions and that are created through this conflict, and creating smaller communities that deal with these little issues can help in the long term help us resolve this, help us get a step closer into resolving this conflict as a whole. And the delegate of France strongly encourages all member states to vote for this resolution because of its detail and its well thought out explanations as to well thought out sub-clauses stating as to why it will be beneficial to resolving the whole problem.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another, back to the chair?
The delegate would like to yield back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House?
Motion to move to previous question.
Denied.
Second? Second. Any objection?
Second. Actually, objection.
Due to time constraints, the floor will now directly moving into voting procedures. Admin, please secure the door, suspend all the passing, and take voting position. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, this clause, please raise your placards high. Seeing that there is overwhelming majority of the whole council voting for this resolution, this clause, the clause passes, and clapping is in order. The council will now move to a debate on clause 3. Will the delegate of the United Kingdom please rise and read out the operative clauses?
Suggests that the creation of a multilateral framework under the ACSCS to facilitate communications within the region between claimant parties through means such as, but not limited to, the delegate will just continue reading, releasing information concerning the routes of countries' respective maritime vessels, require all maritime vessels to be adequately equipped with maritime navigation systems in line with the Maritime Safety Committee, MCS, of the International Maritime Organization of IMO. And so this clause is only adding to make sure that this goes fluidly, because many of the issues that the delegate has seen in the past is that it may be an idle fishing boat, or it may be some sort of worthy boat, which accidentally crosses within another country's sovereign maritime sea, and therefore the country responds with very harsh actions in order to repel these well-meaning civilians. And so in order to deal with the situation, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to work hand in hand with the International Maritime Organization not to redistribute maritime coastlines. All they're doing is that they are creating and helping to develop new navigation systems in order to make sure that many of these trade vessels don't move within countries' borders and places for detention. And, this is essentially a clause which is meant to not necessarily affect any political climates, but to aid citizens in navigating these troubled waters.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Belgium and Russia, you've been recognized in the...
How do you think the Maritime Safety Committee of the International Maritime Organization will work to reduce the tension, or if the countries still have to conflict?
The main way that the MSC and the IMO are going to be doing this is they're not necessarily going to be drafting any biased new maps of maritime borders. What they're essentially doing is that they're going to be handing new maritime navigation systems which directly outline the sea borders of each nation, and so therefore the civilians can very clearly see the waters that are troubled and the waters that are untroubled, and so they can very easily navigate the troubled ocean.
Would this technology be accessible to all people, including small-scale fishing boats that have historically been targeted?
The delegate of the United Kingdom thinks that this is a very fairly easy task to accomplish due to how, for example, on very widely accessible applications such as Google Maps, it's already very easy to draw lines and such on maps where you can help manipulate them. And according to many sources, mobile phones and smartphones are widely accessible throughout many nations, and so there should be no issues implementing this. Possibly raising awareness through things such as TV ads, pamphlets, magazines, and broadcasts in order to notify these citizens, which may or may not be as tech savvy, could essentially help, or directly integrating them within boats themselves could also work as a solution.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Point where the chair, the delegate would have to either yield it to the chair or the delegate, or this delegate would like to yield it to the delegate of the United States.
This chair stands correct, and that is in order. Delegate United States, you've been recognized.
Thank you to the delegate of the United Kingdom for his outstanding speech. The presented clause strongly supports the growth of equipment and technology within nations' trade and their vessels. This not only impacts the countries within this region through trade, but the whole world, including the member states around this table today. This will grow trade, as well as mentioned before by the delegate of the United Kingdom, tracking as well as navigational systems within their vessels to help them navigate the seas all around the world, grow the world economy as well as developing countries' economies through trade, and will help many boats, including small fishing boats, within areas around the world, but more specifically the East Sea, to get to their destinations without trouble. These troubles can consist of weather, location, or geographical locationing of islands or their destinations, as well as issues or conflicts that are put up with either their military or the military that they associate with, as well as other nations' militaries around the region.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open up to any point of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? Seeing that there are none, would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair?
Yes, back to the chair.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate of this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of China, you've been recognized.
the delegate of China would like to agree with this clause being passed, as it is very much a good movement, a good step forward for the de-escalation of this area, and believes that it will be able to show that the vessels that have been attacked by Chinese vessels have been due to, for example, Vietnamese vessels being found in Chinese territory. It believes that this will show, first of all, an explanation for why China has been acting aggressive. Not only this, but will show that China limits its aggression and does it at its worst case scenario compared to the United States, who continually tries to show off their muscles to China, bringing up tensions and overall bringing this conflict to an all-time high.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any of them.
The delegates, please be reminded that please let the chair finish the instruction first. Are there any delegates wishing to speak, raising a point of information to the delegate of China? The delegate of Dominican Republic, Israel, and United States, you may recognize that order.
The delegate of China says that criticized the U.S. for showing off their muscle by saying things. However, the Chinese government, after capturing the fishermen, instead of giving them a warning, they actually imprison them and torture them. So is there any explanation to that?
Well, firstly, we believe as China, our sovereignty is at the fundamental, something that should be respected by every single person, may it be even a simple fisherman. And we believe that our reaction to these fishermen may have been a bit outside from high up Chinese officials, as we would have never accepted the torturing of these prisoners. However, we do agree with the imprisonment of these criminals, because they have gone into a territory, fished resources from the Chinese people, and in effect were removing food from the tables of Chinese families.
Denied due to time constraint.
Thank you, the delegation from China. So my question is that when you say some of the ships from other nations enter the China sovereignty, I want to ask a question: are you using the 9-line here, or actually everything like close to China?
Well, firstly, without the 9-line, we do occupy a large amount of sea in the South China Sea due to having new islands in the South China Sea, and this may be excused. This may, in a way, excuse these simple fishermen who may not know about this new development in the South China Sea and how the borders have been pushed due to China having new islands. And in this respect, China is using the 9-line because it is the real definition of what the Chinese sovereignty should look like in the South China Sea, and China does believe that there can be some revisit, which is why China has been so for these previous clauses. It's because we believe the 9-line is completely legitimate. However, do recognize the struggles of neighboring countries which are not doing as well as China, and does recognize that they do need some advantages, which is why China does believe that the maritime could be revisited to have borders strengthened for China.
Denied due to time constraint.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, I would just like to assure all of you that the use of our well-worked for and made equipment, arms, and astonishingly made vessels.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes, please state your point.
The delegate of the United States is once again going beyond their jurisdiction and is simply stating a speech instead of asking a question to the delegation of China.
POI to the chair. If the delegate of China were to let me finish, he would have understood that my speech is actually in question form.
Delegate, you may proceed, United States.
An astonishingly made vessels is in no means a form of showing off our muscles. And I would like to ask if the delegate of China is aware that these astonishingly made vessels, vehicles, and other sorts of forms of arms within the U.S. military is a form of protecting our allies from the delegate of China, from the delegation of China's forces. Would you like me to repeat my question?
Could the delegate?
Delegate of the United States, please rephrase your question.
And so I would like to ask if the delegate of China is aware that these well worked for and well made vessels, vehicles, etc., is a form of protecting our allies within the region from the delegation of China's forces within the area.
The delegation does receive what the United States is trying to say. However, we would like to completely go past it because we would like to and the delegate of China would like to reiterate how the United States has just tried to sweet talk the House once more and using their propaganda that they continually use to try and get all these delegates, all these nations in the world under their hallucination, which is why this question or speech disguised, or this question disguised by a speech is completely and utterly should be completely ignored because this was simply propaganda that was fed to you, House. And we'd like to just reiterate how this delegate is very much being smooth, how the United States is simply sticking their nose where it shouldn't be, and is continually bringing up tensions and just overall bringing so much harm to the Asian community, which is why China hopes to find from this resolution as a whole to try and get the United States, Australia, and Japan to mind their business and go out of their area and overall respect the South China Sea as a region and go back to where they came from in Texas. Thank you very much.
Delegates, laughing is not in order.
Chair, I demand a short follow-up.
Denied due to time constraint.
POI to the chair.
Denied due to time constraint.
Motion to move to voting procedure.
Second?
Second.
Objection? Delegates, we will now move to voting procedure. Actors, please secure the door, suspend on passing, and take voting procedures. Those wishing to vote for this resolution of this clause, please raise your placards high. Due to an overwhelming majority of the whole council voting for this clause, the clause passes and the resolution and clapping is in order. The House will now move on to debate clause number 4. Could the delegate of the United Kingdom please rise and read out the upper clauses? Thank you.
Encourages unilateral economic partnership be made in disputed regions of the South China Sea, such as the Spratly, Nansha Islands, in ways such as, but not limited to, supporting the combination of trans-regional forces, such as machinery and/or skilled workers, with developing natural oils and gases with profits to distributed in ways such as, but not limited to, splitting extracted resources with a ratio equal to the amount of initial contribution by participating member states, allotting a purchasable ratio of extracted resources for non-participating states, facilitating joint stock relations between member nations who lay conflicting claims to sovereignty in nearby regions in ways such as but not limited to regulating tariffs and transportation of goods and resources under the protocol as designated by ASEAN Free Trade as the Free Trade Area, incentivizing trans-regional corporal partnerships with reinforced measures.
Delegate, can you please suspend? The chair will now yield chair remarks to Chair Francesco.
In order, please continue.
Measures to protect intellectual property rights as listed in the ASEAN Framework Agreement on Intellectual Property Cooperation. This may seem like a lot of political and legal jargon. However, in short, this is ensuring that all of the resources gained, because the delegate of the United Kingdom knows the Spratly Islands and the Nansha Islands are both very historically and culturally required and important to many of these nation states. However, the delegate of the United Kingdom recognizes that many of these nations are also want to legitimize their rule of these islands due to its overwhelming economic and mineralistic gains that countries can gain. And so therefore, in order to calm some of these tensions down, the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to impose a more short-term measure, which is of splitting the nation, the islands, and the resources accumulated from them to different member states.
Chair Francesco will give his rights to Chair here.
Thank you, Delegate.
Would the delegate like to have any POIs?
Any at all?
The delegate is open to himself up to any and all point of information, but due to time constraints, the chair will only entertain one. The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
For the subclause for A, first one, the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that it should distribute equally. However, this delegate believes that since partly island belongs to China, China should get more resources.
The delegate of the United Kingdom would like to finally bring up the elephant in the room, which is the legitimacy of the 9-dash line. It is obviously a very contentious point, and the United Kingdom personally does not accept the legitimacy of the 9-dash line. The delegate of the United Kingdom rather subscribes to maritime laws and maritime procedures. However, therefore, as an agreement and as a partnership, the delegate of the United Kingdom and many of the other nation states which are involved in this conflict are extending a hand, good gesture in splitting these ratios up.
Thank you, Delegate. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair.
That is in order. The chair now received a veto threat from the delegate of China. Would the delegate of China please rise and make his speech?
The delegate of China is very sad that the resolution has taken a turn for the worst, moving more to an aggressive stance. And the United Kingdom has now shown his real face of being against China with a rhetoric which was definitely fed from the United States. Now, the reason why the delegate of China is vetoing this clause is because, as mentioned by Ukraine, thank you very much for this point, is that Spratly and Nansha Islands are owned by China, both historically and at present, which does allow us to have the majority of power. And in essence, China would agree to allow neighboring countries to have some of the resources in this area, but due to the United Kingdom taking such a harsh stance and having it so that this is Spratly and Nansha Islands are seen as areas or territories that are owned by the UN, China would like to strongly veto this and would like to mention how this completely goes against our sovereignty, the people of China.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Because due to time constraints.
Due to time constraint, the chair will only entertain one point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of the Dominican Republic, you've been recognized.
There are many historical stories around the world. What makes China a great one?
Because it has been researched and resourced by innumerable historians which are very credible and has been identified in documents from the Chinese dynasty dating all the way back when China had Vietnam as part of its territory.
Denied due to time constraint. Denied due to time constraint. Will the delegate of China yield the floor back to the chair?
So yield.
That is the order. The House is now once open to the debate on this clause.
Point inquiry.
Yes, please rise and state your point.
Will there not be a P5 caucus at this instance?
If not, even a short one.
The chair will not entertain a P5 caucus for 3 minutes, and the rest can have an unmoderated caucus. Thank you.
I did not say
Admin, please secure the door, suspend all vote passing, and get to your voting position. Delegates, please be seated. Those wishing to vote for this clause, please raise your placards high. Those against? Sorry. With the delegate wishing for, please raise your placards high. Those against? Abstention?
1.
Due to a negative vote of a permanent member of the Security Council, the clause does not pass. Clapping is not in order. The House will now move on to debate on clause number 5. Delegate of UK, please proceed.
Addresses the issues of man-made islands and militarization of the South China Sea in ways such as, but not limited to, integrating regulations to prevent damaging local marine ecosystems caused by the construction of man-made islands in ways such as, but not limited to, so on and so forth. The main concern of this clause wasn't necessarily anything political. However, the main cause was due to concerns of maritime ecosystems and ecosystems being put into place. The delegate of the United Kingdom would not have much concern within this clause as a microcosm only, with these man-made islands still being built, as long as organizations such as ASEAN and other sea conventions are put into place, which make sure that these man-made islands do not in fact hinder or harm any local marine ecosystems. Once again, the delegate of the United Kingdom stated this is not necessarily political clause, but one that is more environmentally based.
Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any at all.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all point of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Russia, you may recognize.
If the delegate of the UK states that this is not political, why did they include in subclause B decreasing the presence of attacking weapons? Was this purposely disguised?
In fact, it was not, due to how the delegate of the United Kingdom believes that many of these weapons and such increase the demand for these islands, and so therefore many of these islands are therefore created, and therefore this demand that is being fueled for the creation of more islands, therefore creates more damage to maritime seas. And so therefore we should cut back on these weapons and weapons of mass destruction. The sole sake of the environment.
Thank you. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair? Or to another delegate?
The delegate of the United States.
The delegate of the United States, you've been recognized. The delegate of Ukraine, do you have a question? Okay. United States, you may proceed.
Thank you to the delegate of the United Kingdom for this amazing speech. I would like to turn the House to clause subclause A, subclause I, to which it states combining policies, basically stating that policies will be combined from all ASEAN nations, and this will create a free and equal agreement that is formed by all of these nations, pretty much impacting all members in a positive way, as well as impacting most nations around this table in a very positive way. And because of these reasons, the delegate of the United States strongly agrees with this clause and pushes for all other member states to vote alongside.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Due to time constraints, no.
The delegate has not opened himself up to any point of information. Would the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair?
Yes.
That is in order. The floor is now once open for the debate on this clause. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
This delegate believes that even though the China brings the weapons on the Spratly Island, it doesn't affect the environment. Therefore, the statement is not justified.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any point of information?
Any or.
The delegate has opened himself up to any and all points of information. Are there any in the House? The delegate of Belgium, Dominican Republic, France, Jordan, Israel, Tunisia, United Kingdom, United States, you may recognize.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes.
Due to time constraint,
Objection.
as seen with the United States and United Kingdom, there's only been one POI permitted for each of their speeches. How is this completely in the rules to allow Ukraine to be harassed by all these nation states compared to the United States and United Kingdom, which have been completely off the hook?
Objection.
Denied.
Objection.
Denied.
Point of
It's
order to the chair.
at the
Point of order.
chair's discretion to entertain point of information.
Point of order to the chair.
Please rise and state your point.
The delegate would like to inform the delegate of China that the head president is a figure that is meant to be a bipartisan member, which is supposed to regulate these issues and therefore should not be called into question.
Point of inquiry to the chair.
Please rise and state your point.
Is the chair not supposed to have objectivity and not target Ukraine, which is an obvious ally of China, and then let United States and the United Kingdom off the hook when it came to the POIs? When there were simply two POIs from Russia and from China, you only permitted, the chair only permitted one, And here there are at least 6, and you committed every single one. How is this in any sense allowed?
Denied due to time constraint. Those wishing to raise point information to the delegate of Ukraine, please raise your placards high. The delegate of Belgium, Dominican Republic, France, Israel, Tunisia, United Kingdom, United States, you've been recognized in that order.
Delegate of the Belgium wants to ask the delegate of Ukraine to give the supporting evidence that the weapons that China will be using is not affecting the environment.
The weapon is going to be like guns or such as that things. Therefore, it might not affect to the environment.
Denied due to time constraint.
There has been reports of underwater testing of weapons such as bombs. So, if the delegate of Ukraine had common sense, how can that does not damage the coral reef or kill any marine life and not be environmentally damaging?
China owns the experiment things in the island. Now they're going to just store the weapons or that. Therefore, it won't affect.
Thank you, delegate.
Delegate of France is extremely shocked by the amount of vagueness that Ukraine had on their POI. The delegate of France would want the delegate of Ukraine to rephrase their POI in a manner which contains much more detail and contains much more evidence as to why the delegate of Ukraine believes that this clause should not be passed.
Delegate, please rephrase the question in a more audible manner.
The delegate of France is extremely shocked by the lack of detail in the delegate of Ukraine's POI, and the delegate of France would like the delegate of Ukraine to rephrase their POI in a manner which is much more audible and is much more
So, China, like, they're going to set their military in the artificial island, and they're going to set the military not do experiment things on like doing the bombs or like that. Therefore, it won't affect the environment.
So, denied due to time constraint. Delegate of Israel, you recognize.
The delegate of Israel is slightly disappointed about how the delegate of Ukraine explained his speech first, and the delegate of Israel questions how related is the speech of the delegates of Ukraine is related to this clause exactly, because the delegates of Ukraine is mentioning the non-stop island and the Spratly Island, which is not in this part of in this clause, and the delegate of Israel also questioned the acceptance of Ukraine to the 9-9 of China.
Sorry for this delegate were wrong. It should be the that instead of the responsibility.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Tunisia.
The delegate of Tunisia is very open-minded and would like to ask you a simple question. So what gives the right for China to damage corals and release of carbon emissions, having transport of sand into the islands would definitely have effect to the CO2? What makes you eligible to plant your for China to plant weapons and make man-made islands, which is not natural and may be a cause of polluting?
So, this delegate trying to say that if China is not doing not just store the weapons in that island, it won't affect to the environment.
Due to the delegate wanting to spare the rest of the committee, the delegate's question has already been answered.
Thank you. Delegate of the United States.
In order to so-called not, I agree with the delegate of the United Kingdom, and my answer has been questioned. My
Thank you,
question has
Delegate.
been answered.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. Would the Delegate of Ukraine like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate? Thank you, Delegate. Due to time constraints, the House will now be moving into voting procedure. Oh, before that, the chair have received a veto threat from China, and the chair will
Entertain a 2-minute clock.
entertain the veto. Now the House will now move into voting procedures. Admin, please secure the door, suspend all vote passing, and take voting procedures. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high. Against? Abstention. Due to a negative vote of a permanent member of the Security Council, this resolution, this clause does not pass. Clapping is not in order. Denied due to time constraint. The House will now be moving into to debate of clause number 6. The delegate of the United Kingdom, please read it fast.
6. Aims to resolve homogenistic politically charged disputes
Laughing is not in order.
and actions in said regions in ways in ways such as but not limited to. So basically, in short, what this resolution and this general clause as a whole is in order to create once again a bipartisan look within the issues in the maritime situation that is occurring within the EC. It is ratifying the freedom of the sea doctrine as put forth by UN Law C. This has already been put into place and it is merely upholding the status quo. Also, an annual report on the regional partnerships and environmental actions will be submitted by all nations, and this will help all nations, such as China, understand the ongoing situations which are occurring with other member states. And finally, this will also be in cooperation with the previously formed committee of the ACSCS in order to ensure a smooth delivery of these extracted resources. However, due to how this delegate, I'm pretty sure, recognized that this was denied, the sub-clause II of sub-clause B will not be taken into effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Would like, due to time constraint, the chair will now not accept any point of information, but the delegate would like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate. That is in order. The floor is now once open for a debate for or against this resolution. Please raise your placards high if you want to speak. The delegate of China has been recognized.
The delegate of China would just like to reiterate that there is some sense in this clause which China approves with the perception. However, the delegate would just love to point out that the United Kingdom and the United States tried very, very smartly, and I do congratulate them with that, is to try and hide in between the words to restrict China and to, in a way, exploit the areas of China which are in their sovereign right. And China has all the reason to go against this. And China is a very sensible country and would definitely come to a consensus with these ASEAN countries which are part of the South China Sea. However, what United Kingdom is trying to sell to you is completely politically charged, as it says in the main point, and it completely cuts down. For example, it mentions how any country will be able to navigate the ocean safely. This completely goes against China because, first of all, United Kingdom did not consult with China, which is why China believes they have the right to veto and the right to completely tornado this clause down, because it completely goes against the Chinese sovereignty because it allows any state, any country in ASEAN and even in the world to go through happily with no regulation, with nothing whatsoever, which is completely against the interest of not only China, but all countries that have some part in the South China Sea.
Thank you, Delegate. Will the delegate like to yield the floor back to the chair or to another delegate?
Back to the chair, no POIs due to time constraints.
Thank you, Delegate. The floor is now once open to one last delegate wishing to debate this clause. Are there any in the House?
Motion to move into previous question.
Second?
Second.
Objection?
Objection.
Objection.
Due to no.
There has been a veto threat from the delegate of China. Would the delegate of China like to make a speech?
The delegate of China has made a speech previously, which was kind of talking about it, but we'd just like to really reiterate that the first clause, subclause A, is completely against the interest not only of China. China is looking out for itself, but also its neighbors. And this is completely going against their interest because it allows any single country in the world to go through, which is why China believes it has the utmost right to veto this clause because it completely goes against the sovereignty of it and even goes against the UNCLOS because there is economic exclusive zones and overall in this zone it is exclusive and there's an exclusive right to that country and countries cannot just go through without any consultation with the country that it has this zone in, which is why China believes that it goes against not only itself but all the countries that are in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, the House will now move into direct voting procedure. Admin, please secure the door.
POI to the chair.
Delegate, please rise and say your point.
In order for a P5 nation to state a veto, and for this veto to be either approved or denied, the voices and opinions of the other P5 member states should be heard. In order for the chair to come up with a concise and non-biased opinion to whether or not to approve or to deny this.
The chair heard enough from all of the delegates from both sides of the aisle, so the House will now move directly into voting procedure.
According to the permission to the chair.
Yes, please rise and say your point.
So moving into procedure, does this mean that my veto has been approved or denied?
Your veto has been denied. The clapping is not in order.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes, please.
China would love to have an apology and an excuse for the United States clapping at
This is not entertaining. Delegates, please be in order. Those wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise your placards high.
11.
Those against?
1.
Those abstentions?
There were 94.
9-4. The clause with 9 fours, 1 against, and 2 abstentions, the clause does pass. Clapping is in order. The House will now move into the last clause of this resolution. Will the delegate of the United Kingdom please proceed and please proceed to the clause.
Request an all-inclusive legislative branch with the staff members chosen from all participating regional nations to govern the activity in the South China Sea on grounds, as stated before, with a system including but not limited to. So basically, the overwhelming and overarching idea of this clause is once again to create an all-inclusive and non-intrusive manner in which all delegates and their governing nations can have their voices heard. This will be done in a similar fashion to the ACSC and how the decisions and decision-making bodies will be administered and but not limited to granting regional members a role of permanent shareholders for a common profit, and is basically sharing and helping to dispute the issues within the region.
Thank you, Delegate. Due to time constraints and the end of the session, the House will move directly to voting procedure for this clause.
POI to the chair.
Denied due to time constraint. Denied due to time constraint.
Point of order.
Please rise and say your point.
Will that be no opportunity for China to send a veto?
No. Veto denied.
Will there be any point for the United States to send in a veto?
Denied due to time constraint. Admin, please secure the door such that all the passing and voting procedure. Okay. We're voting again. Those voting again for this resolution, please raise your flag at time. Due to overwhelming majority of 11 vote for.
My opinion was not heard. POI to the chair.
Denied due to time constraint. The clause is passed with 11 votes. Clapping is in order. Now we'll be moving to voting on the resolution as a whole. The admin, please secure the door such that no passing and take voting procedures. Those voting for this resolution, please raise your flag at high. Against? Abstention. 2 to 9 votes for, 1 vote against, and 2 abstentions. The resolution does pass. Tapping is in order. Thank you to everyone who has joined in this conference. HIS, you can.
Guys, we need to take the banner and take a picture with it.
Okay, let's take a photo quickly.
Goodie bag. With the goodie bag.
Bring your goodie bags. Mr. A wants to advertise.
What are the advertising?
The bag.
Money.
Who gave them this?
Hey, the supply and demand.
Supply and demand, bro.
Supply and demand.
Go back.
I'm not from Texas, guys. I'm not from Texas.
This is so good. That literally passed by the floor.
I mean, they did not receive a good bag.
Keep the line in the back.
Wait, Texas.
Admin, can you please take the photo?
There's
You're lucky. He's lucky I didn't drop it.
Where's my bag?
Are there any HS delegates here?
I don't have my bag.
I don't think we do.
Okay, we have one. Okay, let's do it quickly.
Please, we need to take a photo. Come on.
Why is my bag? My bag is not
Just hide the back.
It's the same.
Tall in the back, tall in the back. Tall in the back. And then the boys can kneel.
Chairs in front.
Me. Yeah, chairs have to be in front.
I'm sorry, man, you're the delegate of China. You do not get the privilege of sitting.
Can we kneel?
Kneel.
Guys, in the front, please.
They have to go.
Okay, let's
Just chairs kneel, I guess.
No. Get out of us.
Are we putting our hands in our pockets or what? Oh, no.
Delegates, pay attention, pay attention.
Oh, we gotta fix the bird chair.
It's masked up as well. Okay, let's smile. 1, 2, 3, cheese. We can't even smile. Thank you.
I gotta get going.
All the delegates, please be seated. Please be seated until you're instructed by the admin to leave. Only the delegate of HS is allowed to leave.
POI to the chair.
Denied due to time constraint.
There was a resolution that was not even brought upon.
Due to time constraint, next year we'll be at this. I will be gone. Francisco will take over. Just to inform the council, the past resolution submitted by China has been passed due to an agreement with the leadership team that the resolution can pass with just one clause.
POI to the chair.
Denied due to time constraint.
Wait, what? Actually?
It has been passed. It has been.
Chair, I demand a POI.
Yes.
Thank you, China.
I actually passed.
We passed 2 resolutions. I'm happy.
Wait, how'd they pass 2?
Because the one that had full.
This one and then the China one.
This one.
So 1 failed and then 2 passed. Okay, thank you.
Oh, but this was presented by the United Kingdom and the United States.
Yes, the last China one was.
Okay.
Is this one approved too?
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna submit to RMS. This
Wait, anyone here who's Vietnamese, I am sorry if I offended you in any way. I'm
No,
sorry.
you did not. Thank you.
That's why I was keep
Any other fellow Americans in this room, I would just like to say that anything and everything
from
China
Texas,
is
you can't
saying is
say
completely
anything.
false.
Shut the fuck up,
Hey,
Texas.
that's completely false. And he has no right anywhere at any time under any name or any superiority to say anything like that to